So before we start, I just wanted to say and to acknowledge the great efforts that McGill University and the law department have made to try and attract, with a big carrot, an elder from this area to do an opening and to do the land acknowledgement. And unfortunately, we are in competition with a very big event that's going on in Ottawa, COP15. Some of you may be heading there from here. So all of our busy elders in this area, unfortunately, are previously engaged. So I have the honor and the great responsibility of doing the land acknowledgement. So before we start, and to start in a good way, it's really good to understand and to feel this place that we're gathered in and to know the people in the area. So I would have preferred to do this outside. Oftentimes we like to do this outside. We do it in circle. I wear these shoes called barefoot shoes. They look like moccasins because I've been taught by my elders, it's nice to feel the ground and to sway a little bit back and forth, to ground yourself, to feel the wind, feel the sun or the rain, so that you understand all the responsibilities that the people in this area have. But instead, we're in this warm room and you have your voice echoing around, my voice echoing around you. But I just wanted to say that a good place to start is on the land, a nice grassy patch in a forest if you can, near water. And I'm sure a lot of you can relate to that, considering the topic of our conversation today. So I'd like to start by acknowledging that the nations that have continued to call this historical meeting place and area their traditional territory and homeland are the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe nations. And I wanted to say from my heart to their families and their ancestors, Chimiigwech, for holding this place in such beauty that so many people wanted to come and live here. The meeting organizers and delegation would like to also acknowledge the presence, resilience, and the continued efforts of these nations to lead by example and to honor the truth and reconciliation efforts of all these nations to gather on these lands, which is what we're doing today. Today, the land is our witness. So my welcome to this dialogue session. So again, it's my honor to welcome you all to the dialogue on Indigenous and community leadership in conservation, bringing together leaders from many nations around the world, including Cameroon, Kenya, Brazil, Ecuador, Nepal, Bolivia, Canada, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the United States, and other countries. And I apologize, I don't have the whole list, but I want to acknowledge you as well, from all parts of the globe. In addition to the people in this room, to your friends that you're able to sit next to and feel the energy of this conversation, we also have around 350 people who have actually registered for this event online. So they are joining us from the sky, from Zoom. So we are doing a hybrid meeting today, and there are challenges with doing hybrid meetings. So if you could be patient with the organizers as we learn how to move not between spaces, but in parallel, trying to be literally in two spaces at once. So before we start as well, in the room, for those of you listening on Zoom, we do have translation, interpretation facilities in Spanish and French. And what you'll need, and I'm sorry I can't see you, but what you'll need to do is click the globe on the Zoom menu and select your language of choice. So I am going to assume, and I shouldn't do that, but if there's somebody in the audience who's monitoring the Zoom audience, perfect. I'm seeing the thumbs up over there. If there are any problems, you have support. This dialogue represents a unique opportunity for all of us to share successes, challenges, and most importantly, our vision of how Indigenous peoples and local communities can lead the efforts to protect nature, biodiversity, and the rights of the communities that we all serve. For centuries, as Indigenous peoples, we have been the guardians of ecosystems and territories against colonizing powers that for too long have stood at the sidelines of political decisions that have affected us. As the world faces so many crises and uncertainties like climate change, biodiversity, threats to food security, economic breakdown, and war, our prerogative is not just a matter of representation. We're not here just to represent where we're from, but we are all here as leaders, and the world desperately needs leaders right now. This dialogue is a call for solidarity, collaboration, and for us to take up our place in the international political spaces that will define the policies for decades to come. Do we all feel the weight of those statements on our shoulders? And that's good. That's really important that each of us feel that responsibility and stand with that responsibility. So again, welcome. We are glad you are able to make it here today in person. And I want to thank your families for sharing you with us. Something that is dear to my heart is I want to recognize that for all of you who have traveled, we are borrowing you from your families. We are borrowing you from your children, from all of your responsibilities at home, and I just want to recognize that. And for those of you who have chosen to join us by Zoom, but perhaps you're close by, but you're not here because you're not feeling well, much respect. Thank you for taking that respectful choice and joining us by Zoom and protecting all of us in the audience. So we have two objectives that just in a gathering perspective that I'd like to remind you of, and we'll think about it again at the end of the day. We hope that when you leave here today, you leave with a strengthened commitment. For one, you feel enlivened, you feel recommitted to do your part in putting Indigenous and local communities at the front and center of international political decisions. And two, for those of you who are allies and work with communities, Indigenous peoples, that you commit to stand alongside these communities as they make that journey. I think it's really important to understand the difference of putting somebody in front, but also the huge responsibility of standing alongside that action. And that is what Indigenous peoples and local communities around the world need today. So now I have the privilege of passing on the microphone to Solange Badikai-Baji, coordinator of the Rights and Resources Initiative, who will present the agenda and the objectives for the dialogue session today. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues, donors and supporters of this event. Good morning to all, and welcome to this important dialogue co-hosted by the Rights and Resources Initiative, the Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership, and the ICCA Consortium. This day is made possible by the generous support of the Christensen Fund, Montreal International, and our host here at McGill University, the Canada Research Chair in Human Rights, Health, and the Environment at McGill Faculty of Law. My name is Solange, and I'm the President and Coordinator of the Rights and Resources Initiative, an international coalition dedicated to the advancement of Indigenous, local community, Afro-descendant peoples, land and resource rights, and in particular, the rights of women and youth within these groups. This dialogue is the result of many conversations that have happened in the last year within the RRI Coalition and with Indigenous organizations in North America. And since 2005, RRI has supported right holder organizations from key geographies in major forested countries, but we realized there was a gap in our coordination with First Nations in the US and Canada and Indigenous peoples from the global North more broadly. We all understand that the struggle for territorial rights and sovereignty is shared by Indigenous peoples and other local communities from around the world. The challenges are often similar, including threats from extractives, infrastructure development, oil and gas exploitation, and industrial agriculture. This dialogue is an effort to connect right holders from the North and South. It aims to set the groundwork for more collaboration and alignment on a common agenda and set of priorities. COP15 for the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, is now upon us. And regardless of the framework that will hopefully be adopted by the end of negotiations, the success of the post-2020 biodiversity agenda will be defined by two underlying principles. First, commitment to protecting and restoring the world's biodiversity must be met with clear and measurable changes in the way that we treat, manage, and value nature in all our decisions and economic activities. And second, that the only way we will realize this ambitious agenda is by making sure communities and Indigenous peoples lead the way forward. In other words, the future of conservation must be right-based. Again, the future of conservation must be right-based. Those who, for generations, have been the primary custodian of the world biodiversity must be recognized and supported. If we leave this room with greater clarity on the system-level changes needed to realize these two principles and how Indigenous peoples and local communities, North and South, can work together to achieve such ends, then we will be able to consider our work done. With us today are the leaders who are at the forefront of environmental and climate protection. They represent the thought leaders influencing national politics and international debates, while simultaneously protecting the world's land, forests, fresh water, and coastal areas through their daily activities and securing the livelihoods of their communities. We could not be prouder to have this amazing group gathered here today and joining us online. Unfortunately, several partners from the Global South did not get their visas on time and will not be joining us. This means, once again, Many of the people who are leading this way and taking responsibility for preserving some of the most biodiverse regions of the world won't be present at COP15. It is therefore our responsibility and duty to convey their demands for effective Indigenous and community participation in all levels of decision-making, the guaranteed access to finance, technology and investment, and complete autonomy over their territories. The objectives of today's event are, one, to bring together Indigenous and community leadership from North America and the Global South. Second, exchange experiences and challenges in conservation from multiple realities and geographies. Third, deep dive into how governments, funders, NGOs, allies, women leadership, youth leadership, and academia can support Indigenous and community-led conservation. And fourth, set the groundwork for North-South collaboration going forward. The outcome of this dialogue will be the collection of ideas, insights, and inspiration for how we can work together to increase collaboration between Indigenous and community organizations from around the world. We also have here Sarah, a graphic facilitator, who will express the ideas that are coming out of this event, and a dedicated team of rights and conservation experts who will carefully document these for everyone's use during and after the COP. We aim to share this contribution with everyone by the end of the day. And before we start, I would like to go over a few points. Again, I think Pamela already mentioned that for those who are joining us, listening us via Zoom, please submit your questions in the Q&A on Zoom. For the panelists and speakers, I would like to remind you to speak slowly so the interpreters have time to translate. I hope I did the same. And for participants in the room, we have masks and hand sanitizers available if you want to use them. The breakout group will not be transmitted via Zoom. So after the lunch break, we will be back on Zoom at 4 p.m. for the last session. Just for those who are joining us on Zoom, when we are doing the breakout, you can do whatever you want, but you can come back at 4 p.m. And if you need Spanish, French, and Portuguese interpretation during the breakout group, please find Rosa, my colleague Rosa. Where is Rosa? She's here, busy, yep. So you can find her and during the break, and we'll make sure that someone will accompany you in the group for simultaneous translation. Thank you, everyone, and I wish a fruitful dialogue for everyone present here and online. Thank you again for joining us. And I would like just to share with you the agenda of the day, if we can have that on the screen. And we have for the morning session, we've already gone through the welcoming. And just right after, Pamela will moderate the keynote speakers. We have Stephen and Cecile. Then we have 2 panels in the morning, one on sharing experiences and raising ambition. We'll take coffee break at 11:30. Then we'll reconvene at 11:45. We have another panel talking about challenges, threats, and opportunities. Then we'll have lunch break. And in the afternoon, can we get the afternoon session, please? Yep. So in the afternoon, that's when we'll have the breakout sessions, and we'll have several breakouts, one around donors and foundation support to Indigenous and community-led conservation. And I just want to acknowledge some of our donors who are here. We're very happy to have you, and thanks for joining us. There will be a breakout on government and the public sector, another one on environmental NGOs and allies, one breakout on gender justice and women's leadership, and another one on research and academia. Then there will be another coffee break in the afternoon. Then towards the end, we'll be sharing the vision for global North-South collaboration, and we'll have the closing remark, and I think we'll have also a reception. So it's a full day, but the room is also very full. We're very happy to see you all, and we're looking forward to a productive day. And thanks again for joining us and being with us today. Thank you. Pamela.
We're starting 15 minutes late. We're almost right on time. I am so proud of all of you. So we're going to start with some keynote addresses. So the keynote session we have this morning will introduce Indigenous peoples and local communities leading the way for biodiversity, conservation, climate, and social solutions. So the purpose of this session is we have two speakers that are going to introduce some main themes that will carry out throughout the dialogue for the day. So first up, I have Frank Brown. I'm going to ask Frank to start making his way down here. So Frank is a member of the Heiltsuk Nation from Bella Bella on the west coast of British Columbia, Canada. He is an adjunct professor in resource and environmental management at Simon Fraser University in Burnaby, BC. He was a founding director of the Heiltsuk Integrated Resource Management Department and director of the Land and Marine Stewardship for the Coastal First Nations Great Bear Initiative. He co-developed and is implementing an Aboriginal ecotourism training program with the Heiltsuk Tribal Council, Vancouver Island University, and North Island College. He also supported the development of an Indigenous Guardians training program with Coastal First Nations, Great Bear Initiative, and the Vancouver Island University. I'd like to welcome Frank. Miigwech.
Yo himas, waumaks, kwawini sasam, Wallace Gayasaka, McGill, Wallace Gayasaka. Thank you to the coordinators, Nugwa Glagliasila. My Himas chief's name is Glagliasila. I come from the Kokoit and East 8 tribes from what is referred to as the central coast of British Columbia, Canada. I bring you greetings from the Indigenous Leadership Initiative and the CRP, the Conservation Partnership that's I've been working with. My message today is thank you for coming together to be the voice for the land, the water, and the people. We have to come together if we are going to effect change. It's imperative as we support other leaders from nation states that are convening to address this critical question of biodiversity conservation. I remember serving as an advisor to Biodiversity British Columbia in 2009 during the International Year of Biodiversity, the United Nations declared Year of Biodiversity. And I sat with 40 scientists who were talking about this question of biodiversity conservation. And one of the challenges at that time in 2009 was in Canada, many of the general public were disconnected from this very concept, the very word of biodiversity. I went and I spoke to the scientists and I said, in all due respect, this doesn't reflect the Indigenous worldview. And I would like to advance a paper, and I reached out to knowledge keepers from the Pacific Coast. We wrote this paper 13 years ago already, 13 years ago. Staying the course, staying alive. The Coastal First Nations fundamental truths regarding biodiversity, sustainability, and stewardship. And when I talked to the knowledge keepers and the elders, the three beautiful women that served as the principal informers of the work, I said, we're going to be talking with these scientists, and the nature of Western science at times is adversarial. And they compete for the theory, the validation of theory. That's the seems to me the process in academia. And these elders said, what we're going to do to validate our truths are stories, language, practices, and maps to affirm our truths, because we didn't create this problem. This was thrust upon us. And we're in a situation where we have to hold true to our teachings that have sustained our people for millennia. My tribe, the Hilfchok tribe, they found an old village site in our territory that dates back, according to carbon dating, 14,000 years of continuous occupation. Over 700 generations of continuous existence, taking sustenance from the land and from the sea, that informed our laws, our guilas, our luhwe, our source of power. Canada as a nation state is 153 years young. And truth be told, has burned through the natural capital of our future generations. The very essence of our existence depends on the food from the water and the land and the air that we breathe. And it has been destroyed in a few lifetimes. In my view, the challenge before us really comes down to values. The history of colonization and the exploitation of the natural resources has created the demise of all of the ecosystem services that we all depend on for our lives. It's imperative that we have a societal shift in our values, and we don't see the key life-giving forces as a resource to be exploited for purely financial gain. That has been the history of colonization for Indigenous place-based peoples all throughout the world, not only in Canada. And as nation states gather to talk about this issue, it's important as leaders of communities, as Indigenous nations, as citizens, that we come together in a collective voice to support the shift in values so that we can hold the line. We use science and quantum to give us the thresholds of ecological sustainability. But if we can't make the transition from what's going on in our minds to what's going on in our hearts, and we can't fulfill our expression of love for our families, our future generations, our communities, and our love is only for material gain, financial gain, we are in trouble. We are already in trouble. And that's why we have convened. I'm grateful for the allyship and the support that has been brought together to make this happen. I would like to encourage our allies and supporters. When you consider investments to address this issue, that those investments go directly to our people. We don't want to be a party to environmental colonization. You know, we have been the ones as Indigenous place-based peoples in my part of the world on the front lines, fighting in the war in the woods to stop clear-cut logging in what is referred to as the Great Bear Rainforest, to stop destructive fishing methods in herring. I have to tell you that on the Pacific Northwest coast, salmon are in rapid decline. Herring are in rapid decline. We're dealing with droughts, atmospheric rivers. And so it's time that we gather together and begin to do this important work to conserve the biodiversity that we have, to conserve the resources that we depend on for our lives. It has been the women of our communities that have been the primary voice of reason, while the forces of colonization attempted to strip of us of our identity and by association to our lands. Within a fair and just society, we say that in a civil society, we don't take something that belongs to somebody else. That's called stealing. And yet, the wealth of this nation and other nations like it has been built on the resources of our people. And when we move forward, it's imperative that we do it in a sustainable way where the Indigenous people of the land take their rightful place, not only at the table to have a say. We don't just want a place at the table. We want to be self-determining. We want to decide what's right for our communities and for our future generations. We don't want a filter of NGOs or state governments or the philanthropic community dictating to us what our priorities are. We are capable of making those decisions ourselves, not having people dictate that to us. Those days are over. Thank you all for your interest and your support in doing this important work. It's not going to change unless we take action. There are specific targets that are being brought forward. We want those targets to be measurable. We want accountability. As I mentioned, we wrote this paper 13 years ago, and things haven't changed. If we can go down, slide down to the executive summary on this document, whoever is controlling this. Okay, then that's fine. So, in conclusion, on behalf of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative and our Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership, who are advancing Indigenous protected and conserved areas and guardian programs across the country, we thank you for your support, your interest, and your attention in advancing conservation, because we are all in this together. Wallace Gayasaka, wait.
Thank you very much for that, Frank. And I also want to say Chimigwech for introducing the incredible and important role of women in this work, because it's an excellent segue to our next keynote speaker. Cecile Injabet was recently named a Champion of the Earth by the UN Environment Programme, following 3 decades of advocacy for women's land rights in Africa. She is the founder of the African Women's Network for Community Management of Forests, the REFACOF. I think that's the longest acronym I have read. This organization ensures the representation of women's interests in environmental policies across 20 African countries. Cecile was elected to the Climate Change Champion of the Central African Commission on Forests in 2012, and serves as a member of the advisory board of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. Cecile, make way.
Thank you. Thank you all. This is a great day. Yes. Thank you for coming. And first of all, thank you for organizing this dialogue, because I think it's a great step in our advocacy work to meet together, North and South, to reflect and to take the step forward. Thank you for that. I have been working with conservation. I have been working with forest reforestation, landscape or ecosystem restoration for the past 30 years, trying to push decision makers, politicians, activists to take into account the critical role played by women and Indigenous people. I'm convinced that not much is done so far. But of course, I'm very positive and optimistic for the future, because together we will continue to get things moved and to take our advocacy at the highest level possible and to get our voice heard and to go into the concrete action to improve the situation we are advocating for. Yes, not much is done, but we are all committed. We are all motivated. We are all engaged. So we'll push them, continue to push them until we arrive where we are going to. Government and all these funding agencies, most of them, they are still very scared of putting Indigenous people and rural women and girls in general at the center of their decision-making processes, while they fairly recognize they play a key role. They talk, and they talk, but unfortunately, there is no action. And we are here to push them for action. Refakov, as Pamela was saying, yeah, it's already 2009 and 2022. We are making some steps ahead. 20 countries in Africa are members of that. And in our work on supporting women's effort in restoration, in biodiversity conservation, in climate change, and of course, in livelihood development, we are happy for what we are doing, but we also know that the space is getting straightened every day. For the women who always need to prove, we always have to prove. They need us to prove all the time. And this is what we have to continue to struggle for, not asking us to prove, but taking evidence of what we're doing and how important we are for climate change. And COP15 is a great opportunity for us to make our voices heard again. The climate urgency is there. We are experiencing negative impact of climate change in our life, in our activities, in all what we're doing. And it seems like all those people, all those big people, as we call them, they don't see that urgency. And we are in the room today to make them see that and get them to action. The worst is coming if nothing is done. The famine is coming. Conflict are getting generalization. Conflict are there every day, and they are really getting into a great rhythm that if nothing is done, we don't know what the world will become. Because of the scarcity of resources, people are killing themselves, among themselves, every day. So I think we don't have to continue to live in those uncertainty. We don't need to continue to be threatened by droughts, by flood, by food scarcity, by conflict of multi-phase nature. We are here today because the collaboration between indigenous people, Afro-descendant communities, local communities, women and girls need this partnership to get their voice heard and to get access to decision-making to change what is being done till today. We have to change the narrative. We have to think differently. We have to transform our society into more justice, equitability, equality, to get our nature back, our environment healed, because we are destroying it every day from what we're doing. And COP15 should help us push the conservation and territorial agenda forward. And in the room today, we have to identify concrete action to get there. That's what we'll be starting from tomorrow to push forward. We need some more climate resilience for our communities, for our women, for our indigenous people. The relationship we're going to form here today, the exchanges that we're going to have, can be the seed that will ensure we are better equipped to defend our communities, our women, our girls, our indigenous people. Today we need to build that, because it's only if we are together that we have the strength enough to combat all those who don't want us to move forward. The classic, those who think everything is just as they see it because they have a lot of favor. They don't care about us. We should push them to understand that without us, they themselves they do not exist. So the relation we built here today is our seed for action. That will give us the force we need, the strength that we need to move forward. The connection we have with nature and in all aspects of our life, our belief systems, our way of living, our practices, our culture, our survival should be the new standard for everyone on this planet, not just indigenous women, indigenous people, local communities, but all of us. So long as we are in the planet, we should understand that and we should put that into practice. We don't need to demonstrate the women's role in conservation anymore. We don't need to prove women's role in restoration. We don't need to prove women's roles in addressing climate change or improving livelihood. Evidence is there for that. What we need now is to upscale of what is being done so far and to ensure women have direct access to funding. Yes. This is what we need. There is a lot of money, a lot of fund on climate and conservation, and we don't know which road that money take. The real actors that care for our planet are left behind. They are outside. They are working with peanuts. We should stop that. And for that, we have got a step forward. How do you say it? Step up. Today is not Refakov with 20 countries in Africa. Today is not COICA. Today is the Global South. We have put in place and we launched it during COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, the first ever global alliance of women from the South. Today is not Africa. Today is Africa, Latin America, Asia, all together, women and girls, indigenous, Afro-descendant, local. They have decided to come together and to move the advocacy at the highest level of decision-making. And we are ready to meet whoever we need to meet to get that done. We have put in place what we call Women in Global South Alliance for Tenure and Climate. Is a cross-continental alliance that put in place and put together women from the 3 continents and their partners from other continents. Yes, Europe, America, women and men are our strategic partners. We need to work with them to push this new alliance forward. Let me share a little bit what the objective of our alliance is. The objective of our Global South Alliance is to urge donors and government to rectify the historical inequitable gap in access to direct climate and conservation finance for women and girls by rendering visible the leadership role women play in conservation and climate action, including preserving traditional knowledge and livelihoods and supporting human and tenure right movement. And to achieve that, we have elaborated what we call our call to action. Is an advocacy tool that we also launched during COP27. The Alliance now, it's regrouping 40 women's group with our facilitator, RRI. We hope that our call to action, where we say climate finance must not leave Indigenous, Afro-descendant, and local community women and girls behind. That's our motto for our call to action, which is addressed to all government and funding agencies and other relevant actors dealing with funding in climate and conservation. We are calling on government donors and partners to ask themselves what they can do differently to recognize and support the invaluable roles and contributions of Indigenous, Afro-descendant, and local community women and girls in achieving sustainable development, conservation, and global climate goals, and provide direct funding to them. They are always asking for proof. What type of proof do they want us to provide? And we hope that during this COP15, we'll get answers to that. The Alliance is a unique and unprecedented in its mission and goals, because the current climate crisis and biodiversity loss is also unprecedented and requires urgent action. The Alliance will use three core strategies to achieve its goal. Let me share with you the three strategies. First, engage in dialogue and influence donors and government to scale up direct, flexible, and long-term funding and gender-sensitive policy reforms for Indigenous, Afro-descendant, and local communities, women and girls in the Global South. That's the first core strategy we are planning to use to achieve our goal. The second is we will advocate for systemic changes at global, regional, and national, as well as local level with donors and government to introduce gender-inclusive funding mechanism. Is all the processes and mechanisms that are going on. And the third is that we will voice our need, as we are doing this morning, desires and demand as women and girls, including our tenure, livelihoods, local economies, land rights defenders, and intergenerational leadership for climate justice to improve our strategic leadership and participation in decision-making at all levels. I would like to invite you to support this new alliance, which is bringing together women, grassroots women. If we don't have your support, it will be difficult for us to achieve our goal I just shared with you. We think that we should continue to lead the way And we have the responsibility to lead that way and guide society in a new direction. And for that to happen, we can't just be spectators. We need to be the decision makers and the leaders in biodiversity and climate spaces. So from you, who have given us the honor to be with you this morning in this room, I hope you are an ally and that you will accept the commitment to put indigenous people, local communities, Afro-descendant communities front and center of political, economic, and social decisions however you can. I strongly invite you for that. The indigenous and women leadership are more likely never been before, but the leadership present here is well articulated. And we have the science that is backing up our essential role in preserving nature and biodiversity. That has been proven, and we hold the knowledge that the planet needs right now. Today, we'll be able to hear from incredible leaders from around the world, and we will have the chance to discuss ideas and how we can advance the rights and the recognition of indigenous and local communities, women and girls. We have the opportunity to join our movement and ensure a strong political presence in political spaces. Allies have a big role to play in ensuring our voices are heard and that we receive the funding and recognition that is compatible with our contribution to biodiversity and climate protection. I would like to thank you once again for being here. And I hope you engage fully and that this dialogue opens up new paths for collaboration between indigenous and women groups from the global north and the global south, and you, funders, delegates, experts, researchers, and NGOs. Thank you very much and have a fruitful day. Thank you. Thank you.
Gee, miigwech for that, Cecile. So in the agenda, your two keynote speakers have provided you with some food for thought, reminded us of heavy responsibilities and ways of being accountable. And I just wanted to recognize as well the youth. I'm not going to pretend to know who is a youth in the room. I won't be that filter, but if there are any youth joining us online, welcome. Our children, girls, boys. I had the privilege recently of attending a parent-teacher meeting, and the way they do it at our school is it's an interview. So my 8-year-old son was interviewed in front of my husband and I, and the teachers asked him, "What does your mom do?" And he said very clearly, "She's the boss." My husband, of course, chuckled, and the boss of what? And then they said, can you explain a bit more? And she said, or my son said, she fights for the forests. Very nonchalant. And the teacher asked, well, what does that mean? Can you explain? And my son said, she goes to a lot of meetings and talks to a lot of ladies. And for some of you ladies in the audience who have met my son, you know this to be true. He has witnessed lots of joy, lots of women gathering their power and their strength to talk about the future and to talk about what we need to do as families, as nations, and as countries. So I really appreciate the strong words and guidance that our keynotes have started us off with today. And we're going to move us into the next session. So I'd like to invite your new moderator, Holly Jonas, to the front. And Holly will start us off with the panel. Chimigwach, everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Holly Jonas. I'm with the ICCA Consortium. It's a pleasure to see old friends, meet colleagues who we've only been online for 3 years, and meet new friends together today. Thank you so much. Excuse me. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Frank, for your amazing opening remarks. Cecile as well. Solange, thank you so much for your leadership in this space. I'd like to invite Pasang, Stephanie, Aquilas, and Gustavo to join me up here for the panel. And as they're coming to the front, I invite everyone, if you're able, to stand up and just stretch a little bit. We need a minute to just flex out. So I'm really pleased to be with you today and moderating the panels this morning. After such powerful keynotes from Chief Brown and Cecile, to really ground us in Indigenous and local wisdom and the values that are guiding us through today's session and through COP15 here in Montreal. So our first panel today, we are going to focus on sharing knowledge and experiences across diverse regions with Indigenous peoples and local communities' self-determined initiatives for sustaining their territories, their lands, their resources, and their communities, and how that contributes to sustaining a healthy planet for everyone. So we will hear from panelists who are up here with me. Excuse me. They are from nation states currently known as Nepal, Canada, DRC, and Mexico. We will hear from them what is currently working, some progress that is being made within their territories and areas, in their countries, regionally and internationally. We will also hear about some of the common issues and priorities that they have in their countries and in different regions. All of our esteemed speakers today have been active in international fora and in their own country national contexts, including the UN Climate and Biodiversity Conventions. And we'll also hear from them some of the key messages that are being brought forward to COP15, which is starting officially this afternoon/tomorrow. And we will hear from them for about 10 minutes each, and then we'll hopefully have time for 20 to 30 minutes of discussion. So we'll take questions from all of you in the room and maybe some on Zoom. So as you're listening to what they're sharing, if there's a really burning question, please keep that in mind and we'll do our best to hear from you. So I'll go starting from my right here. Aquilas Coco Ngomo from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He has a bachelor's degree in English and African culture and works as communication officer for the National Alliance for the Support and Promotion of Indigenous and Community Heritage Areas and Territories, ANAPAC, in DRC. He's also the ICCA Consortium's focal point for international policy in Africa, and works as a consultant interpreter and translator with several organizations. Then we have Pasang Dolma Sherpa, who is the executive director of the Center for Indigenous Peoples Research and Development in Nepal. She's been working with Indigenous peoples, women, and local communities for the recognition of Indigenous peoples' knowledge, cultural values, and customary institutions that contribute to forests, ecosystems, biodiversity, and climate resilience. Then we have Stephanie Thorasi, who is a land advocate and executive director of the Seal River Watershed Initiative. This is an initiative led by the Sayasi Dene First Nation to protect the entirety of the Seal River watershed for future generations in partnership with the Cree, Dene, and Inuit neighbors. We will hear more about that today. And finally, we have Gustavo Sanchez Valle. He's a member of the executive committee of the Mesoamerican Alliance for People and Forests and president of the executive council of the MOCAF Network, a Mexican network of forest peoples organizations. So they have much longer bios, of course, which we hope you can read about online. Really amazingly experienced panelists with us today. We're very lucky to have all of them. So first, we'll start with Pasang and then Stephanie and then Achilles and then Gustavo. So we'll hear from each of you first about your experiences and we'll go from there. So Pasang, would you like to start us?
Yeah. Tashdile, namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here in the McGill University and, very inspired to see more young faces and also our elders and brothers and sisters traveling also from around the world. Good morning, everyone, again. And thank you, RRI, and also other co-host for inviting in this panel. It's a topic of my presentation today is reflecting my own experience. So it's a very easy to go, reflect back my own journey. Just reflecting my own journey in the past, I think more than 17 years, especially working in the climate change and indigenous peoples and, other issues and concerns in relation to the climate change, biodiversity, land tenure security, and many others. So the beginning my own journey, I just would like to begin with my own examples of my childhood, how I used to perceive and how I see the gaps and the ups and downs, the situation that I have seen as a child. I was not aware actually when I was sent to the school at the age of 6, and when my teacher for the first time changed my name, and it was very difficult to be used to with my new name without my knowledge why it's been changed, and that I had to stick to my new name Kanchimaya for almost 6 years. But that time I really did not know why my name was changed, and there was no any kind of reasons for me to be explained either by family or teacher or other relatives. And now I could feel it. Now I, as an indigenous person, I'm from Sherpa, from mountain communities, and now I could feel it. Why? Because the indigenous language, values, culture, even the name is not existed in the mainstream bodies and also not in the vocabulary of my teacher. I just would like to share another experience that when I was an even child, because my parents, they were moving in the winter, they moved to the plain, and in the summer, we used to go to the mountain house. So we had a tour house. So we are coming up and down. In my mountain house, we have a very sacred sites, all the family members and relatives come to worship the trees and the caves and, even the bigger rivers in the mountain flowing through the mountains. And I could still reflect back, like there was a kind of big, protest from our communities that stop chopping down our sacred trees, because the militarized expansion in the mountains and start chopping down the trees and even, establishing their temporary settlements, even in our sacred sites. But at that time, I could not understand why our parents were so upset about that one. And why the communities are so resisting with this movement. Now I could see, the reasons behind, and especially I could feel now the armies and the military-based armies who has more driven with the top-down approach of the modalities of this modern developments and all this in the name of the militarization. For them, indigenous sacred values cultures so hardly existed. So now I go back to my present days, reflecting back my own childhood days and now my work. I have been more aware and I have been more sensitized among myself and started feeling the responsibility on my shoulder. Why we really need to work on the indigenous issues and concerns. Why it is important that we sensitize our young generation to speak your voice and live with the respect and dignity, not just changing your name and live as under the shadow as if you are not as if you are invisible. So in my current work in Secret Center for Indigenous People Research and Development, I think we really established for the first time in 2011. The reason we established this organization because we really want to have evidence-based research, and for our policy advocacy. Because I work with the Federation of Indigenous Peoples in Nepal almost for 8 years before I joined, for separate, because our voice is never been heard. Because for the government, for the relevant agency, they need more evidence, right? Why you need it? I mean, what are the reason? What because we are more orally based, so we don't have really facts and figures. So we decided that no, we will come with the facts and figures, and we will show to the stories and share why we need it, why indigenous people's knowledge, values, cultural practices need to be recognized if you really want to save the whole world. That has already come to the different study, including the IPBS and even the ILO, like come to the fact that 6.2% indigenous people around the world contributing safeguarding more than 80% of the biodiversity. Our own work on the ground and our own experience on the ground already shows that how customary institution and our self-governance has contributed for the impact of the forest, forest and also the ecosystem and biodiversity. And in the name of this forest regimes, like in the conservation and national park, and that has been as if they are the one who are doing and hiding out the real actors, the guardians who have protecting for generation. So this is the time that we really need to come to bring respect and value and allow with the self-dignity of the real actors who have been protecting, managing and contributing for the sustainability of the resources and intact of the even endangered species around the world. And this is the time that we need to accept the reality. The business as usual model of this, the education approach or development approach will no more work because it has no sustainable future unless and until we link with the indigenous way of life and on the grounds and balance with the science. And that's only have the sustainable future we all of us has. So that is what the CIPRED is working on with our policy advocacy. And we also now we are here in the Montreal in the almost we are kicking out our CBD COP15, and in the mouth of the Global Biodiversity Framework of 30 by 30 agenda is very, very crucial for indigenous people, because in the name of the conservation national park already in not only in Nepal, in around Asia and any part of the world, and any part of the world, that the continued torturing, killing, brutalizing, even sent to the jail, even for not doing any crime. This kind of things need to be stopped. And it's very worrying part for us is if 30 by 30 agenda do not recognize indigenous people and local rights and maintain the right-based conservation, there's a very fear that continuation of this kind of approach, and also fear of a non-future when we move ahead. That is why we really need joining a North and South collaboration, and also bring the attention of the whole donor agencies, also our different bodies working inside and outside the UN bodies, and also all the relevant multi-stakeholder, multilateral agencies who've been working on the ground in the forestry sectors and climate change sectors. Please, it is the time that support for the right-based conservation. And this is the only way for bringing peace, harmony, and a healthy environment for us to live and continue by our next generation. Thank you.
What's it? Janet Ambina Zone. Stephanie Thrassi Hushe, Dennis Sotrina Hasu. Hello, good morning. Salot in my family, my new family, I guess I could say. As I introduce myself to you, my name is Stephanie Thrassi. I'm from Northern Manitoba, Canada. We come from an isolated community of 300 people. My community, I'm going to share some about where we are today and where we've come from. In 1954, my community was nomadic. We followed the caribou herds, and they subsustained our lives and our livelihoods. The powers that be, the Canadian government, they came and they decided that we did not understand our relationship to the land. They accused us of over-harvesting the caribou, which are connected to our soul and our body, and we live together in harmony on the land. So we were forcefully relocated and moved to a place that did not sustain our way of life on the land. 1/3 of my population died in this place. Our families were lost and hopeless and despair because of that disconnect that they had from the land, which they knew they needed to survive and to thrive as they had been since time immemorial. So my parents were born in this place. At this place, they were forced to eat at the garbage dump to survive. They hid underneath homes to keep themselves warm from freezing to death and from hiding from polar bears. It took a lot for our peoples to decide that, we need that connection to the land. We need to move back to the land, and we need to be at a place that supports our cultures and our languages and our values and our laws that sustain us as people. So my dad is 63 years old, right? And so this isn't something that's happened hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. I'm first generation born out of that situation and out of that horror that my parents lived. Every single female that I know from my community has either been raped or has been sexually assaulted. And this is the trauma that we carry into the next generation as we try to live today. So the people decided that we can't do this anymore. We can't be here. We need to disconnect from this forced connection or lack of connection that we had in this town where we were moved to. So our peoples decided they were going to leave. So at the time, my dad was in residential school. He came back to Churchill, where we were forcefully relocated to, and the town was gone. He didn't understand where Denny Village was, where the people were. So then he got on a plane and he got brought to this new community where I was born. And he literally said, I thought I had died and gone to heaven because I didn't know a place out on the land existed like this. And this place that I'm talking about is a place that my community with 4 other nations in my province are working to protect for our futures, for our cultures, for our languages, so that we can continue to thrive and survive in a place that's constantly changing. You know, it's about having a place to be authentically ourselves, no matter what's happening in the world. So if you can imagine and you can close your eyes, there is a place still that exists in the world that is 99.97% pristine. The watershed is fully intact. I spent 7 days on a canoe trip this summer with my team, and we didn't bring water filtration systems for us to be out on the land. We literally were canoeing down the rapids, taking our cups and drinking the water as we were paddling, as the eagles were flying over us. You know, there is still a place like this that exists. And so what I'm here to do today is to talk about that and to share a little bit about how there's still a place in the world that exists that still looks the same as when my great grandparents used to walk and harvest the caribou. So there aren't a lot of places in the world like this that exist anymore. And so if you can imagine, that's 50,000 square kilometers we're talking about. That's 12 million acres of land that is fully intact. And this land that we are working to protect, it's not only just for ourselves and our cultures and our language and our future for my daughter and for the generations to come, but we understand that on a global scale, this place that we're talking about, it holds 2 billion tons of carbon. It is literally a set of lungs for this earth that we so desperately need to live, to survive. And this place that we are working on, we're really trying to put our communities first. I've heard so many inspiring things so far already about making those decisions for ourselves, by ourselves. And this is something that has guided us in the work that we're doing so far, because we understand how important it is for this to survive, for this to continue to happen, because the narrative has always been somebody coming and telling us what we have to do, somebody coming and moving us, somebody else telling us you can't harvest your own food, somebody else making decisions for us. And things have not, as we can see from the past, from terrible histories that we live, has not worked for our communities and our peoples. So we know now, and we're taking a stand. You know, we have an alliance that we've built with 4 communities that surround the watershed, and my community, which is the only one in the actual watershed, to work together to celebrate our unique cultures and celebrate our history and our ties to this land that sustained us for so long. So we have been really trying to empower our young people and our youth and our community members. We are really trying hard to bring the training sessions to them so that we can do the jobs out there, so that we don't have to keep hiring outsiders and have outsiders dictate to us the work that we are doing is good or not good or not enough. You know, we are now making these decisions on our own, saying how we want to do the monitoring based off of our values, say how we want to be working with stewardship, you know, because this idea of management is not something that is natural for us. Having ownership over something so foreign when you need to exist together with the land, right? We were never above it or better than it. That was the values and the traditions that we come from. Our people, I say, we've been connected to the caribou for so long, for a millennia. And there's a situation in the past where there were caribou and people, when they used to be able to communicate together, there was an incident where somebody tied a piece of fabric, a ribbon around the caribou's ear, and they decorated it. And then someone else did the same thing. They put a ribbon around the caribou's ear, and then there was this frenzy. So everybody started putting ribbons on the caribou ear. This is mine, this one's mine, right? And in the spirit of the caribou, they were very upset. They were very offended They said, how can you own us? How can you think that you can put your things on us to make us yours? We are not yours to own. The Caribou were offended and they're very upset, and they left the people. They left the people for a long, long, long time. And it took a very big, nice, long story about how we had to reconnect again with the Caribou so that they could come back to us. So with that, I try to use that in the decision-making that we do as 4 communities working together about how we are going to steward these lands together, and then share that with other places and around the world, because it's really, really important that, as so many of you guys have said already today, that the time is now that we start to utilize our own values as Indigenous people to help guide us in the work we're doing, so that it's sustainable and so as long-term, so that it lasts no matter what's happening around the world. That's what's so important. So my granny, she says to me, Steffi, I'm really happy that we're getting these youth out on the land and they're connecting and they're spending time in our traditional territories, she said, because no matter what you do in life, if you do not have that connection to the land, you will be poor inside. Your soul will have an empty feeling. So to think about the land in those ways is something that I hope that some of you will take away from this today, and how important it is. And I'm just so happy to be able to share a little bit about that with you guys. I think that it's really important that we share the stories from our communities as they're happening right now. No matter what decisions are made, our communities will still be doing this work. No matter what other people are deciding, our community is still doing this work. So no matter what, we are still fighting for this protected space for our communities and for the future, and for hopefully the earth to have another set of lungs that she can use. So, masicho.
Thank you so much. Just before I pass to Aquilas, I just wanted to really thank you both, really from the bottom of my heart. That was really moving. You both shared very personal experiences. And as women, you know, I think a lot of women can probably relate to some degree with what you've shared. These are the realities that communities are facing. We need to move beyond the sort of the very generic rhetoric and really listen to each other, really grapple with these complexities and nuances and intergenerational legacies of trauma and so on, but also the really deep power of Indigenous sovereignty, of self-determination, of collective care, of collective visioning for the future for all of us. So I just wanted to really thank you both for sharing such personal experiences. I'd like to give you a hug right now, but I will after. So I want to pass now to Aquilas, and then we'll have Gustavo. So Aquilas will speak in French if you want to use your headsets, and then Gustavo will speak in Spanish after. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aquilas. She has already introduced me. Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français. Cette petite présentation, je vais vous la présenter, je vais la résumer en 3 petits points. D'abord, partager ou faire un rappel d'informations de façon générale, informations de base, et puis partager un peu l'expérience. Ensuite, les recommandations ou des ambitions en rapport avec le travail que nous sommes en train de faire. Il est connu sans doute que les peuples autochtones et les communautés locales sont les véritables gardiens de la biodiversité. Mais de façon générale, les peuples autochtones et les communautés locales du monde entier ont des problèmes majeurs liés à la conservation suite au non-respect de leurs droits. Et c'est pour cela que nous sommes tous réunis ici, venus de différents coins du globe terrestre pour des discussions relatives. En République démocratique du Congo, par exemple, les peuples autochtones et les communautés locales ont été victimes des expulsions forcées, des accaparements de leurs terres, mais aussi des déplacements brutaux au nom de la conservation. Et sans doute, les autres pays du monde, les peuples autochtones d'autres pays du monde ne sont pas épargnés. Et ils ont aussi été victimes et ils continuent d'être victimes des mêmes violations de leurs droits et des mêmes problèmes. Voilà un peu, cela s'est fait au nom de la conservation et au sens même plus large, au nom du développement touristique pour certaines nations. Et là, je peux citer par exemple la situation connue de tous actuellement de nos frères autochtones Maasai de l'Oliondo en Tanzanie. Ceux qui lisent et qui suivent les informations, la situation de l'Oliondo de la République unie de Tanzanie, ils en connaissent les détails liés à ce genre d'exploitation et de business d'investissement qui conduit à la violation, au déplacement des peuples, qui fait que les gens continuent à mourir, qui fait que les gens continuent à subir des problèmes, des difficultés majeures en les déplaçant avec tout ce que cela produit comme conséquence sur leur vie. Les résultats de tout ça comprennent même des morts. Il y a des pertes en vies humaines. Et il y a aussi des perturbations des ressources ou des moyens de subsistance parce que les gens n'ont plus comment vivre. Ce sont des problèmes connus de tous. Mais malheureusement, en dépit du fait que les peuples autochtones protègent même 80% de la biodiversité, les zones qu'ils conservent, qu'ils ont conservées, ne sont même pas reconnues juste à un seuil ou à un degré qui se rapproche de la moitié, et même du degré de reconnaissance qu'on leur doit. Alors, en termes d'expérience, en République démocratique du Congo, une nouvelle loi a été promulguée par le président de la République, Félix Tshisekedi. C'est la loi numéro 22/030 du 15 juillet 2022 portant protection et promotion des droits des peuples autochtones pygmées. Il faut signaler ici que la promulgation de cette loi ou cette loi actuellement ou récemment promulguée en République démocratique du Congo est le résultat d'un travail ardent et sans relâche des leaders autochtones et de tous les autres acteurs qui sont impliqués dans la question de défense des droits des peuples autochtones à travers le monde de façon générale et au niveau national de façon particulière. Ce travail ou cette loi garantit de façon plus brève particulièrement les facilités d'accès à la justice et aux services sociaux de base aux peuples autochtones pygmées. Et il y a aussi une autre garantie sous cette loi de façon générale, la reconnaissance des usages, des coutumes et de la pharmacopée des autochtones pygmées. Il y a aussi la plénitude de la jouissance des terres et des ressources renfermées dans leur milieu de vie. C'est une avancée significative sur le plan de lutte ou le plan de recherche afin de remettre les peuples autochtones dans leurs droits. Mais concernant la valorisation des efforts de la conservation communautaire, il faut signaler que l'ANAPAC, une organisation nationale avec laquelle je travaille, l'Alliance nationale d'appui et de promotion des aires du patrimoine autochtone et communautaire en République démocratique du Congo. Jusqu'à présent, plus de 25 APAC identifiés, 14 cartographiés, et parmi lesquels il y en a celles qui ont déjà des titres officiels. Et puis, ça, c'est dans les cadres de valorisation de la conservation communautaire, et dans les cadres de valorisation des APAC, territoires de vie, des peuples autochtones et communautés locales. Maintenant, il faut peut-être dire ou signaler que ces APAC ou ces aires couvrent de vastes étendues ou une superficie considérable des forêts, d'écosystèmes de différentes natures. Et à la suite de cela, il y a des efforts qui sont toujours en cours pour renforcer la dynamique ou les réseaux des APAC à travers les pays, et même au sens plus large, étendre ces efforts avec tous les autres pays de la sous-région et de la région afin de voir dans quelle manière on peut se relancer jusqu'à l'atteinte des objectifs que nous poursuivons. Je vais finir par parler des perspectives ou parler des ambitions, des recommandations de façon générale en rapport avec cette thématique. En marge des négociations du cadre mondial pour la biodiversité pour 2020 en cours, la COP 15 ici, et même pour la période au-delà de ça, l'adoption de ce cadre mondial, il faut signaler que pour renforcer le leadership autochtone et communautaire dans la conservation, je crois qu'il faut, et voici les recommandations, il faut lutter pour la reconnaissance légale des droits des peuples autochtones et communautés locales, à l'autodétermination et à l'autogouvernance par les États. Et en second lieu, la reconnaissance légale et la sécurisation des APAC territoires de vie au même titre que les aires protégées modernes. Et ensuite, le renforcement des capacités de gouvernance des peuples autochtones et communautés locales à travers une approche qui prend en compte les pratiques traditionnelles relatives à la conservation. Et aussi, l'élaboration d'une vision commune est nécessaire. Une vision commune de la place et du rôle des peuples autochtones et des communautés locales, des APAC territoires de vie de ces peuples dans l'échiquier des aires protégées au niveau mondial, spécifiquement en ce qui concerne la gouvernance et la gestion des ressources qui se trouvent sur les étendues, sur les aires où les peuples autochtones, les communautés locales vivent. Et enfin, se rassurer de la totale intégration du droit à l'utilisation durable de la faune et flore dans les documents ou dans les cadres mondiaux, la biodiversité pour 2020. De façon brève, voilà un peu ce que j'avais à vous dire. Je vous remercie.
Gracias. Holly, por favor, me avisas cuando ya esté terminando mi tiempo. Buenos días a todos, a todas. Quiero señalar que tengo la distinción de participar en 3 procesos organizativos y quisiera mencionarlos porque es importante la articulación que estamos teniendo a diferentes niveles. En primer lugar, en mi país, participo en la Red Mexicana de Organizaciones campesinas forestales, que es una red de organizaciones de forestería comunitaria, tanto indígenas como de comunidades locales. En ese esfuerzo organizativo hemos conocido a otras organizaciones de la región de Mesoamérica. Es una región comprendida entre México y Panamá, y nos hemos agrupado en un proceso que tiene una década, 11 organizaciones, todas territoriales, unas indígenas, otras comunitarias, en una plataforma que se llama Alianza Mesoamericana de Pueblos y Bosques. Y recientemente hemos entrado en contacto desde hace algunos años con nuestros hermanos de la Cuenca del Congo, con nuestros hermanos de Indonesia, de Amazonía, de Brasil, para formar una plataforma que se llama Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales. Muchos de mis hermanos y hermanas no han podido viajar por temas de visa y también por esta agenda que se ha complicado a fin de año viajar a Egipto para estar en la COP de Cambio Climático y otros eventos. Entonces tengo la distinción de compartir algunas reflexiones desde lo local y también de estas articulaciones regionales y globales. Quisiera iniciar señalando o compartiendo una experiencia de México, de una región que se llama Sierra Norte de Puebla. Es una región al centro del país en México, son bosques templados y hay muchas comunidades, tanto indígenas como no indígenas, es decir, comunidades locales, algunas de las cuales tienen alrededor de 4 décadas manejando directamente sus bosques de una manera sostenible. En México tenemos más de 100 años de que empezó el proceso de reforma agraria, lo cual es una ventaja porque muchas comunidades tienen reconocido los derechos sobre la tierra. A veces no sobre el territorio, pero sí sobre la tierra, que es una llave para otros derechos. Recientemente, el gobierno concesionó sin consulta a las comunidades a una minera que se llama Almaden Minerals, establecida en Vancouver, los territorios de unas comunidades para explotar oro y plata. Esto ha detonado una articulación de comunidades indígenas y no indígenas en torno a la defensa de los territorios y han sido exitosos en esa defensa. Algunas de estas comunidades son parte de la organización que represento, otras no. Y parte de lo que yo quisiera comentar es que independientemente de si hay comunidades indígenas y hay comunidades locales, lo importante es establecer estas alianzas para defender el territorio. Recientemente hemos visto narrativas que tratan de separar la articulación de comunidades locales de pueblos indígenas y eso a quien beneficia es a los actores que quieren entrar a los territorios sin respetar derechos. Entonces, esta experiencia que comparto es también un llamado pues a la unidad y a que dejemos de lado las diferencias que tenemos todas las colectividades y que pensemos en lo que tenemos en común y los retos que tenemos que enfrentar. En la región de Mesoamérica, como en muchas otras regiones, enfrentamos una baja inversión pública hacia el cuidado de los bosques, sobre todo ahora en la época post-pandemia, donde se privilegia la reactivación económica por sobre otras cosas. y el apoyo para el manejo de los bosques, la conservación, se encuentra en algunos países en su momento más bajo. En México, por ejemplo, tenemos la inversión más baja en los últimos 15 años en materia de bosques. También otro tema que enfrentamos en la región es un mercado ilegal de madera muy fuerte. Hay estimaciones que en algunos países tenemos hasta un 70% de ilegalidad en la madera que circula en los mercados, lo cual hace muy difícil la sobrevivencia de empresas forestales comunitarias, pero aún así los pueblos están haciendo el esfuerzo de manejar sustentablemente sus bosques. Bueno, también tenemos presiones, creo que en todos los países, como este proyecto que acabo de señalar sobre la minería, pero también hay presiones de cierto tipo de cultivos. No estoy tratando de decir que toda la ganadería o toda la agricultura es mala, pero sí hay algunos modelos particularmente invasivos que están creciendo, invadiendo los territorios forestales. Y frente a esto no hay políticas de incentivar el manejo de los bosques suficientemente fuertes para detener este crecimiento de este tipo de cultivos. Y a nivel de articulación de la sociedad, me parece que tenemos una agenda fragmentada. Por ejemplo, en el tema de biodiversidad y en el tema de cambio climático, algunas organizaciones nos hemos especializado en unos temas, otros en otros, y pareciera que estamos platicando en cajas separadas donde es muy difícil comunicarse. Celebro yo que en esta ocasión, con motivo de la COP15, estamos coincidiendo varios actores que estamos participando en en las diferentes agendas. Sin embargo, implica esto un derroche de energía, de esfuerzos, y deberíamos de pensar en cómo articular estas agendas para tener una mayor incidencia y una mayor eficiencia en los resultados que estamos buscando. Una de las iniciativas que me parece que podría ser transversal son los esfuerzos que estamos realizando varias organizaciones y varias, no solo indígenas y comunitarias, sino también organizaciones no gubernamentales, coaliciones de aliados, para impulsar mecanismos alternativos de financiamiento. Tenemos, me parece que tanto en biodiversidad como en cambio climático, el gran problema de que mucha de la inversión no está llegando a los territorios comunitarios, y parte de nuestro diagnóstico es que el sistema de financiamiento no está diseñado para atender a comunidades ni a organizaciones. El sistema de financiamiento está diseñado por gobiernos para atender a otros gobiernos y para atender a grandes ONGs. En este esfuerzo de creación de mecanismos alternativos de financiamiento, ayer, por ejemplo, tuvimos un diálogo muy interesante sobre cuáles son las experiencias que tenemos en diferentes regiones para construir estos mecanismos de financiamiento alternativos que no sacrifiquen transparencia ni eficiencia en el uso de recursos, pero que sí sean culturalmente adecuados para poder permitir que el financiamiento llegue a los territorios. Es importante que veamos también el tema del financiamiento, no solo desde la óptica de las donaciones, sino también tenemos que inspirar a nuestros gobiernos, ya sean países desarrollados o en desarrollo, a que inviertan lo necesario para la protección de los bosques y los bosques y otros territorios naturales. Bien, con esto estaría cerrando mi intervención, y estoy muy agradecido por estar participando en en este panel y me gustaría mucho saber las impresiones que tienen en el auditorio. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Aquiles and Gustavo. Very powerful remarks as well. So friends, we now have about 20 minutes for questions, discussion. We'd love to hear from folks in the room, folks on Zoom. I believe there was a reminder in the chat on Zoom. If you have any questions, we'll do our best to get them spotlighted here. So it's open for any questions. And I think the lovely Shuda will help run the microphone. Yes, to the gentleman over here. Thanks, Shuda. If you'd like to introduce yourself, sir, that would be great. Thanks.
Bonjour. I'm not French. My name is James Rowlingleaf. I'm representing the U.S. The Geo-Indigenous Alliance, and we're a Indigenous-led group that seeking to bring Earth observation, science, data, and technology to tribal cultural heritage, sustainability, and protection. So my question for the panel is the importance of data, data governance, data sovereignty, data best practices. What are your thoughts on how to do everything you've talked about, to address all the needs, all the concerns, protections, and sustainability of our people and our cultures? What are your best ideas of how do we use data in a most effective way for decision-making for now and in the future? Thank you.
Yeah, we can applaud that. Yeah. Thank you, James. So who from the panel would like to take that? Yeah, pass on. Stephanie, would you guys also like to share?
Thank you for your question, brother from Alberta, right? Yeah. I think, as I said earlier, because we all are, brought up in the practices of oral tradition, no? Kind of a generation of data and documentation is not part of our, practice, no? But in this world that has been shaped from the modern values with all based on fact and figures, more driven with the science approach, in this space, our traditional values of oral tradition, has a little space, no? As I shared my own experience and also my reflection of the childhood. So the importance of data has been helpful for evidence-based kind of policy advocacy for recognition of your land tenure security and also recognition of the customary land tenure. So what we have been doing in the context of Nepal, we have started documenting, mapping, and also the practices of customarily managed forest, and also trying to show like, what happens if you have recognition of customary governance system with your own, traditional cultural based monitoring of ecosystem, biodiversity, natural resources, and what is the result? And what is the result from government-led initiatives for protection of this different forest regime, including national park and conservation. So we also have especially focusing on the mapping of the data, mapping of the customary managed forests, and the outcome of the managements. And also the impact of the forest products and ecosystem biodiversity, and also the cultural values. Because now we are talking about, I think I missed out to mention in my presentation, almost took like more than two decades for recognition, coming to the nature-based solution as a part of this climate resilience in the discourse of the UNCCC. But nature-based solution is a part of our culture, part of our tradition, part of our values, and to come up to the fact that we need to build on our stories and come up with the data. And that has been a basis that we are trying for policy advocacy, because that was the experience we have gone through in the past. As I said, I worked with the Federation almost more than 80 years before I jumped into CIPRED as a research institution of the indigenous people, is because our policy advocacy did not work out. because our bureaucrats, our agencies, especially the three tiers of the government, are more obsessed with the data or information or stories, and we did not have that one. No, so we try to change our policy advocacy based on more data and factual reality, and what is the outcome of recognition with our customary governance, and also we are moving ahead with our policy advocacy, that why we need the right-based conservation. What happens if you don't have, and this has been really helpful for awareing and also sensitizing and also understanding the role and contribution of indigenous peoples, especially in all tiers of government, not only in the context of Nepal, but also we are following this trend in Asia and also in other countries, and even in the global level for the negotiation in the climate and also CBD. Yeah, I hope I have been clear, but I'm here to, yeah.
Okay, so I guess I can share a little bit about what we are doing in terms of the question that you've asked. Our nations come from oral history as well, oral traditions. Information that we carry is older than the universities that we sit in. The information that we carry, this ancient data, ancient knowledge, is passed down from generation to generation to generation. And so we are coming to other organizations and funders and trying to remind them of that, and hopefully helping them to understand that now is the time to treat that knowledge that we're bringing to the table as important as it is, rather than comparing it to the certifications and diplomas and doctorates that people receive at Western institutions. So we are advocating for to be heard and seen as important as it is, because the knowledge that we're carrying from our community members and our elders is older than the science that we're learning. So we're trying to give bring this new discussion for us, that we need to be considered as experts in our fields. And so by doing so, we are also trying to document and keep and create baseline data for ourselves based on the science work we're doing, but also based on the indigenous knowledge that we're gathering. And we're creating these documents to help us make decisions together with the 4 nations that I work with. So we are about to start this huge advisory group where we have members from each of the 4 communities coming together to help us make decisions on how to deal with stewardship, how to deal with monitoring, wildlife monitoring, biodiversity issues, the climate change, the permafrost melting, how to deal with these really big issues that us as one person cannot decide, utilizing the data and knowledge that they're bringing from their own cultures and families, and to help us make decisions. And then what we are in turn doing with that data is we're creating 2 sets of documents: the information that we are willing to share with the world, and the information that we are safeguarding for ourselves, for our cultures, for our futures, because we understand that that knowledge is sacred and needs to be treated as such. So we are trying to honor the history and how special that information is, but we understand that we need to use some of that in order to do the work that we're doing and to tell the rest of the world about some of the work we're doing.
Bueno, quisiera comentar que este tema que ha puesto sobre la mesa nuestro hermano que acaba de intervenir, creo que hace clic con la agenda de juventud. Me parece que el tema de registro, monitoreo, toma de datos es un ámbito en el que los jóvenes se están involucrando mucho en la vida de nuestras organizaciones. Tenemos muchos ejemplos de lo que se conoce por algunos intelectuales como diálogo de saberes, Es decir, este encuentro de la ciencia occidental, de la tecnología moderna, con los conocimientos tradicionales y con las tecnologías tradicionales. Hay varios ejemplos de este conocimiento que se está generando. Tenemos, por ejemplo, el monitoreo de biodiversidad, donde se demuestra que el aprovechamiento sostenible, la gestión sostenible de los bosques es plenamente compatible con la conservación de la biodiversidad, pero eso solo se demuestra con algunas evidencias digamos, de la presencia de cadenas completas en los ecosistemas. Y eso se puede hacer tanto por medios tradicionales como por medios tecnológicos modernos. Otro tema en el que coincide este diálogo de saberes es los conocimientos tradicionales que se tienen sobre el manejo del fuego. Cómo utilizar el fuego de manera adecuada en ciertas condiciones, sobre todo de manera colectiva para evitar que pueda transformarse en una situación de riesgo, de amenaza para los territorios, pero superando la visión convencional que se ve al fuego como un enemigo, como si no fuera parte del ecosistema, cuando muchas especies requieren del fuego para completar su ciclo vital. Y superando visiones de bomberos forestales, de supresión total de fuegos, cuando el fuego puede ser también un aliado. Digamos, estos registros que se pueden lograr de los conocimientos tradicionales de cómo manejar el fuego y de la mayor vulnerabilidad que existe actualmente frente a incendios por el cambio climático es también un ejemplo donde el monitoreo y el registro de conocimientos tradicionales y la tecnología moderna puede ayudar mucho. Algunos de nuestros jóvenes se están capacitando en monitoreo de los territorios con drones y esto nos permite conocer el territorio a plenitud. Bueno, saludo aquí a mis compañeros de la Alianza Global de la Amazonía y de Brasil que acaban de llegar, algunos de los cuales precisamente en Egipto estuvieron participando en paneles sobre esta fusión entre conocimiento tradicional y, digamos, tecnología moderna. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais juste ajouter un autre élément, en plus de ce que les collègues ont déjà dit, c'est que au-delà du motif de plaidoyer pour lesquels les données sont utilisées afin de mener un plaidoyer avec évidence, avec de preuves, il faut noter que dans certaines zones, il y a la nécessité de documenter certaines connaissances, dont les connaissances, par exemple, traditionnelles liées à la médecine traditionnelle et même à la pharmacopée. Parce que il y a des connaissances qui se dissipent actuellement et que nous ne parvenons pas à préserver, faute de capitaliser la documentation des connaissances que nous détenons en assurant un contact plus particulier et plus poussé vers les communautés. Et donc, c'est juste cela, ce que je voudrais ajouter. C'est que voir dans quelle manière on peut aller au-delà et documenter, se rassurer la documentation des connaissances endogènes que détiennent les peuples autochtones dans différentes zones. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. That was obviously an excellent question, James, that sparked lots of good responses. So just in the interest of time, I think we'll take 2 questions and maybe our panelists can choose one of them to respond to, just because we're running out of time a little bit. Then we might take one from the Zoom room. So Juanca, I see your hands and yes. So maybe Juanca first and then the lady, or yeah, you're ready with the microphone. Go ahead, ma'am. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je suis Mama Dorothée Lisenga, une femme autochtone de la République démocratique du Congo. Je vis avec Akila. J'ai des préoccupations. La première pour mes 2 sœurs là qui sont devant, parce qu'elles ont parlé de leur expérience de leur enfance et les questionnements qu'elles avaient à tout moment vis-à-vis des parents et de la nature. Dans ces questionnements-là, parce que vous avez été des enfants et des enfants qui ont grandi, est-ce que vous parvenez aussi à susciter l'intérêt de vos enfants pour arriver à ces questionnements-là, pour pouvoir garder la quintessence de nos savoirs traditionnels? La deuxième question, c'est un complément pour mon frère Akila, parce qu'ici, il y a des attaques au niveau de la République démocratique du Congo, aujourd'hui, qui sont en train de subir des violences, malgré que nous avons eu la reconnaissance auprès de l'État. Je vais partir de l'exemple là où vous avez travaillé à Walikale. Et Walikale aujourd'hui est sujet de détonation où les communautés sont en train de mourir chaque jour. Et si je parle même dans Ituri, dans Vonkutu ou Walesa, où les peuples autochtones sont disséminés aujourd'hui à cause de ces violences-là. Et si je tourne dans les Katanga, dans les Tanganyika, où il y a affrontement chaque fois avec les Bantous et les autochtones. La communauté internationale autochtone, vous qui m'écoutez aujourd'hui, parce que nous allons faire des alliances, vous tous dans la salle, quel est l'apport que vous allez nous donner pour que les communautés autochtones qui sont en train de sévir à cause de leur terre où il y a carrément là où il y a la richesse et on les tire chaque jour. Quelle solution vous allez me donner pour que j'apporte aujourd'hui les messages au niveau de la République démocratique du Congo? Et aussi, une autre question à tout le monde. Nous sommes aujourd'hui, nous étions une société fermée. Nous voulons nous ouvrir vers le monde. Et il y aura même la numérisation, le séquestrage numérique de nos savoirs traditionnels en contact avec la science que vous prenez aujourd'hui. Nous avons eu le professeur d'université ici, malgré qu'il est First Nation. Lorsque des civilisations entrent en contact, la plus puissante ne tarde pas à assujettir la plus faible. Qu'est-ce que nous allons prôner pour que nous puissions maintenant contenir cette conservation-là traditionnelle par l'influence de la science et du modernisme? Merci.
Muchas gracias. Yo quiero felicitar primeramente a RRI por la lideranza de Solange y a los panelistas, pero quería hacer una pregunta a los panelistas en el marco de su experiencia y presentación, la cooperación y la solidaridad entre el norte y el sur global. Nosotros los pueblos indígenas con territorio, sin territorio no somos nadie. Territorio, el costo de nuestras vidas permanente, pero hay que abrir la agenda. Hay que ser solidarios con el norte porque hermanos, compañías del norte están en este momento en nuestros territorios, en el sur. Trabajando, dividiendo, con problemas. Los panelistas hablaron de varios temas, pero hablo de la autodeterminación y la cooperación norte-sur para abrir la agenda. Y la oportunidad geopolítica se está dando en el sur. Y miramos al norte para que ustedes, con experiencias que tienen acá, abrir esa agenda. Hidroeléctricas, minería, carbono, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, mis hermanos, en el concepto de la autodeterminación, aplaudo el contexto de la unidad y la cooperación, pero tenemos una oportunidad en el sur con los gobiernos, con nueva visión. Ahora tenemos a Lula, vamos a ver qué dice Lula. Tenemos a Colombia, vamos a ver qué dice Colombia, ¿verdad? Pero mis hermanos, les pregunto a ustedes para finalizar y les aplaudo la conectividad y la solidaridad para abrir la agenda en el marco de nuestros derechos territoriales. Y ustedes que son de acá, me honro en saludar a los pueblos de acá, territoriales, a los ancestros. Esa es mi pregunta. Yo soy Juan Carlos Hintiach del pueblo Shuar, de la Amazonía del Ecuador, y actualmente secretario ejecutivo de la Alianza Global. Y felicito a mi hermana Cecil por su lucha y su caminar. Vamos a trabajar juntos con ustedes. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Those are both really powerful interventions. Okay, so we have very few minutes left, only about 5 minutes left in this session. So I'm sorry to ask our panelists to be as concise as possible. So we had the questions from, was it Dorothy? I'm not sure, I think. Yeah, from DRC. So she was asking about how can we encourage our children's interest in these issues. So think about if you would like to respond to that. There was then a question, Aquiles, for you specifically about the situation in DRC. And then Wanka, it was more a comment than a question. Yeah, so if you'd like to respond to what Wanka was just mentioning about the importance of connectivity, cooperation, solidarity, especially responding to industrial threats and supporting self-determination. So if you'd like to choose one of those to respond to as briefly as possible, that'd be great. Thank you. We can kind of maybe. Okay, sure, yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Pour revenir à la question de Maman Dorothée, ma compatriote, la situation en République démocratique du Congo, comme elle l'a dit, en ce qui concerne la question des peuples autochtones et des communautés locales, je l'ai mentionné dans mon exposé, que dans ma présentation, qu'elle n'a pas été bonne parce que l'histoire des peuples autochtones, comme nous la maîtrisons tous, ce sont des peuples qui ont été victimes de graves violations des droits de l'homme. Et cela continue d'avoir lieu jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Ce que je peux dire, parce que j'ai lié ces contextes à l'acquis ou à l'avancée que nous avons eue de la promulgation ou d'arracher une loi qui garantit ou qui protège les droits des autochtones pygmées dans les pays. Et ça, c'est juste une étape, mais ça ne résout pas tous les problèmes parce que les problèmes sont toujours là. Il y a normalement quelques problèmes, hein. Il y a une grande partie en fait, des questions qui sont contenues dans cette loi, mais on ne peut pas dire que cette loi met fin à tous les problèmes, à toutes les difficultés ou à toutes les violations des droits de l'homme dont sont victimes les peuples autochtones. En plus, promulguer une loi, c'est une chose, et la mettre en œuvre, c'est une autre. Et donc, l'étape cruciale, c'est une étape très importante, celle de la mise en œuvre de cette loi, afin qu'elle produise des effets et que l'on soit garanti que réellement les dispositions qu'elle contient sont favorables au peuple auquel la loi est destinée ou a été votée. Ça, c'est un aspect. Ensuite, de façon alors générale, parce qu'il y a ces meurtres, il y a des tueries, il y a des assassinats, il y a en fait, la situation est tellement catastrophique, de façon que on doit demander la coopération et la solidarité dans la manière de faire, de façon que, parce que tous nous sommes réunis ou nous sommes engagés pour la même cause, nous puissions faire des problèmes des autres les nôtres, afin de voir dans quelle manière nous pouvons répondre pour aider à trouver des solutions. J'ai bien aimé l'autre partie de sa question parce qu'elle est une question adressée à nous tous, à l'audience en général. Alors, je vais demander l'indulgence de la modératrice et peut-être que quiconque voudra répondre ou donner un autre aspect de la réponse peut prendre la parole avec son autorisation afin d'enrichir ou de donner réponse à la partie qu'elle a adressée à l'audience de façon générale. Merci.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, the sister from DRC. I will be just focusing one question because of the constraint of the time. I think I'm also mother of 3 children. I have 2 daughters, twin daughters, and 1 son. So I know the values and importance of balancing our indigenous values and also the science. Because I wish also to have them with the option in life, always go back to your roots and live with the nature. And if if other options is closed, no, because this is one of the reasons why we have a lot of challenges among the youth, because we don't have option to go back to your root, And as a mother, I have put all my efforts that my children always have option to go back to live with their village life, live with your roots, live with your community. And I have put all my efforts every holiday. We don't stay in the city. We just go back to our village, we live with the community. And that's how we balance, because many parents who have come to the city hardly go back to your village. And that's how we cut off the roots, and that's how we cut off the options to live with the nature in harmony and peace. No, this is what we really need to maintain. And I feel also very proud mother to say, like, my children, they never use mobile. They love to be in the nature and play, go in the fishing and swimming in the rivers. And when I asked them like, where do we go this holiday? They say like, can we go to the village? So, Solange, like why I'm in the village most of the time, because I want to grow up my kids like, with the love, with the nature, and living with the families and communities, and option in life, always be there, because this is what we really need to balance our culture values and with the science. And just to add only one short part, I was invited in just to share like, in the IPCC on the 6th assessment report assessment in the last COP. So I think that was the first time invited by the IPCC panels, inviting the indigenous persons to reflect back on the 6th assessment report. And I responded on the reports that until and unless the IPCC focus on indigenous knowledge and value system as equal footing as a science, I mean, we have no way out. No, and so one of the outcome of the assessment report also putting that indigenous knowledge and values is many ways of the forest adaptation is needed for climate change resilience. So this is also another step. And I was also in the steering committee of the white panels on the white papers on the IPCC, ICCA, and the UNESCO. And I put all my efforts that indigenous writers should be also the the lead authors, not always the co-authors or contributing authors. And unless and until we change these practices, we just follow the same trend. And we, my dear brothers and sisters here, we need to put our solidarity and support each others, that indigenous peoples, if we really bring indigenous peoples in the forefront, we'll have half of the climate solution, half of the global crisis will be solved out. And for that one, we also need the right-based solution, recognition of our customary tenures, recognition of our institution, recognition of our land tenure security and the governance system. Thank you.
Okay, she's asking me not to talk long. She clearly doesn't know me. No, I'm just kidding. So to answer the question about our youth and our young people, to try to be brief and short, I think that increasing opportunities for them, exposing them to continuing to expose them to the land and to the sciences, by promoting our cultures and by continuing to be proud of our cultures and our traditions and not hiding that anymore. You know, we come from a time where we were taught to be ashamed of our histories and our traditions. And I think there's this new narrative amongst our people to stand on top of a hill and tell people, no, this is who I am and this is the tradition I come from. And I carry a strong responsibility that the knowledge that I've carried, that I've learned from my grandparents, that I need to share that with as many people that want to hear. So I am constantly practicing those things. But also the other thing that I think helps is us creating jobs for ourselves, by ourselves, creating jobs for our young people so that they can see themselves successful, creating jobs as land users, as creating real jobs, real income, real futures, so they can support themselves. Because in the past, we see our land users being forced to be on social assistance and because they couldn't work a 9-to-5 job in an office. So creating these jobs so that they can be out on the land, promoting their cultures, living their cultures, and still being able to support their families. This summer, we were able to take 18 youth and people out on the land. We were canoeing for 7 days out in the middle of nowhere. And we were talking about the importance of learning these skills so that they can then in turn be guides out on the land and bring visitors to see us and experience these lands. They all have these skills, but now we're trying to give them the certification so that they can take the jobs to do these trips rather than hiring outsiders to come in and do these jobs. And these youth that couldn't see past the store and the community are now starting to post on social media that they're going to be guides. They're going to do these jobs. So it's lighting this little spark under these young people who couldn't see past the future of their community store is a big part of trying to share and promote this work. When I was growing up in my community, I graduated with one other person. I went to university in the nearest city. And when I got to university, I realized I had a grade 10 education, not a grade 12 education, and I could not participate in any of the sciences because I was not prepared. So it is now the time to create exposure, to show them that these opportunities are there and to help them get those opportunities if possible.
Muchas gracias. Yo quisiera, perdón, comentar que tanto desde la perspectiva de la organización a la que pertenezco en México, la Red MOCAF, como de la Alianza Mesoamericana de Pueblos y Bosques y la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales, estamos impulsando la inclusión dentro de la vida comunitaria y de la vida organizativa de los jóvenes. Incluso en este tipo de eventos estamos tratando de que participen en todos los eventos para ir generando este trabajo intergeneracional. Desde luego que también estamos impulsando la participación de las compañeras. Tenemos muy clara la brecha enorme que existe y uno de los elementos que estamos tratando de hacer con una sinergia con varios aliados como la coalición de RRI, es el empoderamiento económico de las mujeres como una de las vías más rápidas para cerrar estas brechas. Finalmente, respecto a lo que decía Juan Carlos, a mí me parece que los procesos de unidad y de alianza nos van a permitir aprovechar estas coyunturas geopolíticas cuando son favorables o bien poder resistir las circunstancias desfavorables que en todos los países de pronto enfrentamos. Digamos, como parte de estos procesos unitarios y de alianzas, quiero comentarles que no es sencillo. Tarda años en conocernos como organizaciones, tenernos confianza. Hay que batallar con muchas cosas, entre ellos la vanidad personal que a veces tenemos los dirigentes y que queremos estar siempre en el centro de un evento. Todos esos detalles que a veces no se dicen son parte de estos procesos de unidad y donde tenemos que dejar de lado cuestiones particulares para impulsar proyectos comunes. Solo así, Juanca, yo creo que podemos enfrentar tanto las amenazas como aprovechar las oportunidades y no gastar nuestra energía en ahondar nuestras diferencias, porque todos tenemos identidades distintas, pero hay que encontrar los puntos en común. Muchas gracias. Agradezco a los organizadores de este importante evento la invitación.
Thank you so much. Wow, let's give a round of applause to our amazing panelists here. I will not even attempt to summarize that great diversity and just the depth of experience that you've shared, but there are a few words that really came out, and maybe the wonderful illustrator Sarah will also pick up on these throughout the day. This notion of sharing stories, sharing experiences, solidarity, connection, building alliances, calling for unity, stewardship, relationship. These are all so central to everything that we're talking about today and everything we are bringing forward into COP15. And at a time of such great polarization, these are the, finding the points of unity, finding the points of convergence, opportunities to work together to support each other through the various challenges we're all facing is kind of the common, the ties that bind us as through our sense of humanity. So a huge thanks to each of you for sharing your experience, your perspectives, your wisdom today. And thanks for everyone for listening and being part of it. So. Right, so I'm sure you're all happy to know we have a coffee break now. Please, please, please come back within 15 minutes, 15 minutes, so that we are also on time for lunch after that, okay? Enjoy tea, coffee, bathroom breaks, and then we'll come back for the second panel.
Okay, everyone, good afternoon. I'm just going to ask everyone to grab their chairs, hold on tight, because the rest of the agenda before lunch is going to go quick. With respect, it may go a little quicker. Oh, it's just amazing how everybody gets so quiet so fast. Sarah just agreed. You are amazing. So thank you so much. There's so much respect and love in the room. I really appreciate that. And we have some incredible speakers that are going to be joining us. So my job is just to, well, you've done it for me. Get the room quiet again, create the space for some amazing voices and experiences. And I'm going to turn it over to Holly again to bring the next group of people in front of you. Miigwech.
Great. Hi, everyone. I hope you got some coffee, some tea, some snacks. I'd like to welcome our next panelists up to the table here with me. So Stanley Kimarin Oleriamit. Is Kimarin here? Yep, there you go. Hi. Christian Juliao Pankararu. I hope I didn't pronounce that too horribly. Christian? Yeah. And Joey Owl. Is Joey here? Oh, hi. And Paul Santois, please join us. Okay, and do you have your headsets? Yeah, bring, if you need interpretation, you speak Portuguese. Yeah. Kimarin and Joey, do you have interpretation headsets? Yeah. Yeah, wherever you want to go. Yeah. Do you have a headset? Okay, so I'll just do brief introductions to the panel as we're getting set up here. So the purpose of this panel is very much building on the first one before the break. Our panelists are going to share experiences and identify common challenges and threats and opportunities that collaboration, hopefully, will be able to address. So we will hear from more amazing Indigenous and community leaders from current nation states of Kenya, Brazil, the US, and Burma, Myanmar. They will talk about different threats to their territories and communities, as well as self-determined priorities for addressing those threats and pursuing their visions for the future. They'll talk about common threats that they're experiencing or seeing in their regions, and hopefully we see some commonalities between them, or not hopefully, but we probably will. And also we'll speak about how the regions can collaborate internationally to address some of these challenges. And I think, as we all know, there's more and more recognition for the rights and roles and contributions of Indigenous peoples and local communities in nature conservation, in climate change fora, and so on. But progress on the ground in many places is still very slow or significantly lacking. So how can we maximize, our collective presence in these spaces like COP15, and how can we support community representatives to bring their perspectives and recommendations into that process? Yes, I forgot to mention, we have a lovely lady from the ETC group who is filming. So I just wanted to make sure if someone is not okay with maybe being on camera, if you can let Nicole know up there. Operate on the basis of free, prior, informed consent, of course. So appreciate your support with documentation. And if anyone does have an issue with that, please let Nicole know. Okay, so we are, I think, did you have it? Oops, sorry. Yeah, great. So Christian, are you happy to speak first? So Christian, I'm so sorry, I don't speak Portuguese. Juliao Pankararu, is that okay-ish? So Christian is a Pankararu, thank you. Obrigada. Christian is a member of the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil. and the co-founder of ANMIGA, the National Network of Indigenous Female Warriors for the Ancestry. I like the sounds of that. And she's been fighting for many years with Indigenous peoples through these networks and institutions, has been active in the UN Voice of Indigenous Women program, and also organized space at the Terra Livre camp of 2018, among many other things. So I'll ask Christian to speak, and then maybe before the other speakers, I'll introduce each of you in turn. So Christian.
Olá, bom dia, mulheres e não mulheres. Eu sou Cristiane Julião, sou do povo Pancararu e saúdo primeiramente a nossa força espiritual, nossos guias espirituais que fortalecem nossa existência e fazem com que a gente ocupe esses espaços, esteja nesses espaços, compartilhando saberes e fazeres e nesse processo de aprendizagem, porque é sempre desafiador, é sempre uma ameaça, são sempre oportunidades que a gente tem de estar se somando e se escutando. O processo de escuta ele é fundamental para as articulações que a gente tem feito. É no processo de escuta que a gente aprende e a gente vai praticando para saber se vai fazendo corretamente. E é essa soma que fortalece. Então, tudo isso não deixa de ser esse trio que é desse painel. Desafios, ameaças e oportunidades. Estar numa COP é desafio, é uma ameaça para o Estado, é oportunidade também para a gente estar dialogando com outros países, com outros povos, com outros territórios. Porque a COP da biodiversidade, ela deveria ser um espaço mais amplo para os povos tradicionais, para os povos indígenas, para os povos quilombolas, para os povos que vivem no território. Não adianta a gente discutir sobre repassando benefício, sequestramento genético, tudo que está sendo os temas da moda agora da COP15, sem a escuta de quem vive na base. Infelizmente, o que eu vi nesses 3 dias de antecedência foi justamente a nossa ausência. Então, isso para a gente também é uma ameaça. Porque a gente continua pregando, querendo ou não, um sistema colonial e dominador dos nossos saberes também. Ontem me deu uma angústia, porque eu fiquei imaginando assim, Senhor, se a minha conexão espiritual está no espaço, como é que eu posso pensar nesse mesmo espaço para essa minha conexão, se eu não vou ter mais o espaço, porque está investido com projetos dentro e em torno do meu território? E isso tem afetado bruscamente. É mineração, é garimpo, são projetos de hidrelétricas, são projetos de hidrovias, de estradas, são projetos de linha de transmissão, são projetos de energia eólica, energia solar, energia renovável, mas tem muitos impactos. O Brasil tem a mania de dizer que faz o EIA-RIMA, que é o Estudo de Impacto Ambiental e o Relatório de Impacto ao Meio Ambiente, mas é tudo fábula, é tudo faz de conta para dizer que fez um estudo, porque o progresso precisa acontecer. E é esse progresso que vem acontecendo nessa revolução colonial que a gente vive até hoje, né, resistindo a esses processos coloniais, resistindo a esses processos de violência, tudo que foi colocado aqui para poder se manter e tentar sensibilizar os colonizadores. Existe uma palavra da moda agora, 2, né, que eu não entendi qual delas, qual é cada uma. Decolonizar e descolonizar. Mas não se desfaz algo ou se refaz algo com esse tipo de pensamento, ainda que se sustenta na destruição, que se sustenta na morte. E todo tipo de morte, não é só dos nossos corpos, mas da nossa existência, das nossas ligações espirituais, das nossas relações que a gente cria no espaço que a gente está, no nosso território. Que a gente sai do nosso território para vir para cá é um desafio e é uma ameaça, porque a gente corre o risco de também voltar com doença, corre o risco de não chegar em casa. Porque o Estado, por exemplo, o Estado brasileiro, nos odeia. A gente ainda está vivendo o resquício do governo Bolsonaro. E o que a gente está vendo aí é um processo de destruição econômica e massivo que ainda é muito forte, se não pelo presidente, mas pelo que ele pregou nesses 4 anos. Então, também é uma ameaça. E a falta de escuta com os povos indígenas também é uma ameaça para os nossos ecossistemas. Essa é uma palavra também que está sendo muito discutida, se coloca ou não, se insere ou não ecossistemas. Claro, todos os biomas são feitos por um conjunto de ecossistemas. E isso é ameaça, porque esses projetos de progresso vão destruir, sim, esses ecossistemas, como vem destruindo. Como vem destruindo a água limpa, como vem destruindo a vida selvagem. E selvagem não somos nós, nem muito menos os animais. Selvagens são esses modelos de destruição. Então, não é questão do progresso, mas é o como as coisas têm acontecido. Esse como que é ainda, mais uma vez, colonial. De não escutar os povos, de tutelar os nossos saberes, de tutelar as nossas vidas e de colocar um sistema que vai dizer o que é melhor para a gente sem nos escutar. E é o que a gente está vivendo até hoje. Então, se a gente está querendo romper com os desafios, é tentar sensibilizar quem está nesse momento, sobretudo aqui nessas discussões, que está definindo as nossas vidas sem nos escutar. A gente precisa chegar a essas pessoas e tentar convencer de que nós existimos, nós temos opinião própria, nós temos sistemas próprios tradicionais de preservação, conservação, manutenção dos nossos espaços. E se as novas tecnologias querem aprender alguma coisa, aprendam um modelo de respeito aos espaços. Esse é o como sustentável que a gente precisa aprender, ou pelo menos os outros precisam aprender, porque a gente tem o período da terra de fertilizar, de se decantar, de se recuperar, e tudo é produção, 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 produção. E dominação. É tudo meu, tudo para mim. E essa briga pelo capitalismo, esse capitalismo selvagem, destrutivo, é que destrói também esse como sustentável. Então, pensar em sustentabilidade sem escutar os povos que vivem nesse processo, desses espaços, aí é o maior erro dos estados que estão discutindo a COP, que vem discutindo a COP da biodiversidade, que vem discutindo a Convenção da Diversidade Biológica, sem escuta e participação dos povos indígenas, por exemplo, que nos cercaram ali, fecharam a gente ali só no 8J, como só se nos interessasse saber só o artigo 8, a linha J. E a CDB é muito mais do que isso. A gente quer participar muito mais do que isso. Não da forma como o Brasil tem colocado, que a gente é favorável, que a gente está a favor, que a gente quer se inserir no mercado econômico. A gente não está a fim de vender nossos saberes, nossos mistérios, nossos segredos. Todo mundo tem seus segredos, né? A indústria tem seus segredos, todo mundo quer preservar. Aí nós, povos indígenas, aqui temos que ceder. Se a gente quiser se inserir, e quando a gente não quer se inserir, morre. É o nosso destino. Porque é muito banal também matar povos indígenas e negros. No Brasil é fácil demais. A coisa mais simples do mundo é matar quem é indígena, quem é negro e quem é criança. Qual é a herança que nós estamos deixando para os nossos descendentes desse progresso? Então, o desafio também é para todo mundo, para todos que ocupamos qualquer espaço de que possa incidir numa decisão política, é desafiador para convencer quem está ao nosso redor, sabe? E também é a oportunidade de estar ali, de ser também uma erva do bem, já que tem muitas ervas daninhas, ser uma erva do bem e também poder semear coisas boas. Também demora, mas água mole em pedra dura, tanto bate até que fura. A gente precisa ter essa força de vontade, porque a resistência negativa é muito maior. Os vícios coloniais, os vícios destrutivos são muito mais fáceis de serem absorvidos e de serem banalizados, porque a maioria está indo, do que quem quer preservar, quem quer conservar, quem quer pensar no extrativismo sustentável, sabe? Tudo é destruição. E aí, quando vem um projeto de reflorestamento, o povo quer plantar só pinho. Como que uma floresta se sustenta só com pinho, ou só com eucalipto, no caso do Brasil. Isso não é reflorestar, porque isso também está visando um crescimento econômico para a indústria da celulose. E esses ecossistemas que estão ali já foram destruídos, sabe? A mudança do solo já foi destruída. A gente não pode mais pensar em segurança alimentar e nutricional porque não tem mais o recurso hídrico, o bem recurso hídrico, porque a gente já tem um solo totalmente destruído pela poluição, pela degradação, fora os agrotóxicos, né? E tudo isso está sendo discutido aqui na COP sem a nossa escuta. Quem está decidindo por nós ainda está muito preso a esse sistema colonial de dominação, de controle. E é de total controle dos espaços, dos nossos saberes, dos nossos fazeres e da nossa ciência, quando é colocada como menor, quando é colocada como que tem que comprovar dentro de um laboratório o que nós já sabemos por vida, o que nós aprendemos dentro dos nossos espaços com a nossa ancestralidade. Então, se deixar, eu falo mesmo. Então, assim, só para também plantar a sementinha do desafio, das ameaças e dessas oportunidades, o quanto essa tríplice situação nos é convocada a todo momento. Isso é um constante para todos nós. Para além de nós, povos indígenas, para além de nós, mulheres, para além de nossos biomas, nossos territórios. Estar num espaço como esse é desafiador, é uma ameaça e também uma oportunidade. E a gente precisa, acho que o grande gancho é isso, é nos escutar e pensar nesse como sustentável a gente garantir a manutenção da nossa natureza e dos nossos ancestrais. Obrigada.
We've got some fans in the audience here. That's good. Hey, the cheering section. That's good. That's good. Yeah, great. Obrigada. That's very, very powerful words that we absolutely need to hear. So we'll move on to our good friend Paul Sintois. So Paul is an Indigenous Karen from Burma, Myanmar. He's co-founder and director of the Karen Environmental and Social Action Network. Paul has worked for decades to better the conditions of his people. In 2018, in recognition of his steady and truly inspirational leadership and stewardship, he was elected president of the Salween Peace Park, which you will hear more about today from Paul. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Holly, for the opportunities. It's okay. Yeah, like you said, no, Indigenous leaders, elders love to talk, and it's on and on forever. No? So we usually, when in our communities, we have also rice wine, passing like that, you know, round and round. So yeah, it's the mood is there, you know. So yeah, good to be here in this space. Thanks for the organizers, and come here not just to share, but also to learn and trying to re-energize ourselves, because I mean, working in the field with the communities, you know, facing problems every day, and it seems that nothing has been changed since many years in the movement. But coming here and listening to different leaders, elders from different groups and organizations, we feel very much encouraged to continue. No? So thank you for this. So let me introduce a little bit about my work. We focus in current areas of Burma, you know, supporting local communities to secure their rights to the livelihoods, territories, and healthy environment. The current territory that we work in are rich in biodiversity with strong old-growth forest and rare wildlife. These territories are fed by the Salween, no, the Asian's last free-flowing river. The strength of nature in this area also is thanks to the stewardship of current communities who have used their biocultural ways of life and traditional knowledge to coexist with nature. No? So about the context of my country, as you know, Burmans continue to face real challenges from the coup, with a significant increase in armed conflict and the disintegration of central government. So Burma now is a country of de facto government. So in our indigenous territory, we have self-determination, and we continue to provide social services to our communities. Burma is also on the front lines of a climate crisis, and waves of drought, flooding, changes in the timing of the monsoon season, and increase in plant pests has wrought havoc amongst smallholder farmers across the nation. Despite these challenges, Karen community and civil society still have hope. As I say, we have problems, but we still have hopes. Communities are cooperating to protect their food sovereignty and turning to their indigenous knowledge and traditional holistic ways of life to find a path towards a peaceful life. There are many different initiatives in current areas that being explored, but at the moment, now, the best known is the Selling Peace Path, as Holly introduced me. That's why the reason also I'm here, so to share. Thanks to that. Today, I will also share about the key challenges that I think that we as representatives of the indigenous peoples and local communities, share, from the perspective or viewpoint of my country, Burma, and how communities are using the initiative we call the Selling Peace Park to combat these challenges. So the challenges, of course, we have so many challenges, and I think probably it's commons everywhere. So to summarize this into very simple, like in 3 words, 3 keywords, the 3 Ds. 3 Ds mean first is dispossession, second is displacement, and the third one is development. So these 3 Ds are, of course, deeply interlinked, with one often driving or resulting in another. So when we talk about the first D, dispossession, one is a conflict. As you know, the ongoing civil war in Burma has lasted over 70 years. So it's a major also driver of land grabbing. So because of conflict, the Burmese military, associated militias, and crony companies have plundered local resources and grabbed land for unregulated casinos, complexes, military bases, decorated with military bases, and resupply roads, often using extreme violence against local communities, in the process. So similar to this modern DRC situations. And then another point is green grabbing. Also, this one is another issues, communities, especially in the southern area, also facing with, their territory being threatened by planned national parks and large-scale environmental protection project. And also another dispossession also coming from legislation, this enabled by the central government, as you know, from colonial government to, the many successive military governments, no single law has been enacted that protect or recognize customary territory in our country. So imagine this is the situation. The second is displacement. Because of civil war, we have displacement, and we have around 400,000 internally displaced people and around 90,000 people in Thailand, in the refugees camp in Thailand. So because of displacement, because of this situation, we know that our traditional knowledge also is fading, So this is especially for our youth. And the third D is the development. And of course, the number 1 is national development project. We have 5 mega project dams being planned on our river, right? And these dams, acted as a flashpoint for conflict for many, many decades. And also similarly, the other national development projects have been conducted at the expense of Karen communities. They frequently come with associated destructive environmental impacts that poison our rivers and forests, leaving our lands, destroyed, even we'll be able to get, tenure rights to them. And the second point is overseas development aid, ODA. Internationally funded projects are often also proposed or implemented with insufficient safeguards and oversight, meaning that indigenous people and local communities bear the cost without reaping any benefits. And the third one is global development initiatives, many global development initiatives, but let me mention a few here, like, for example, the post-2020 biodiversity framework also raises many concerns. For example, the 30 by 30 target also could enable the max redesignation of our customary territories as national parks and potentially feeding dispossessions and displacement of our indigenous people and local communities. And also the COP27 focus on loss and adaptation over mitigation also leaves, indigenous people and local communities squarely on the front lines of climate impacts. And the fourth point is green energy. As aims, with aims to reach the Glasgow commitments, the US, UK, including Canada, also have prioritized mass transition, to electric or zero emission vehicles. And from that, you need a raw material needed to build these vehicles, especially the batteries, are all extractive, predominantly found in conflict areas on customary territories. For example, this year, Global Witness report, published this year, stating that Burma is not the primary source for heavy rare earth metals needed for the construction of green vehicles and also green energy technologies. These are all threats, many threats, but just few threats here. Opportunities, of course, the 3 Ds that I mentioned are rooted in the same issue: insufficient formal recognition and protection of indigenous peoples and local communities' rights and decision-making powers. So if we can solve these ones, we have, of course, maybe the simple answer to the problems that we mentioned. Using our traditional knowledge and practice, indigenous Karen community also demonstrating this by finding our own way to, our sustainable, healthy, and clean environment for ourselves and also for those who are around us. So I explained a little bit about the Selling Peace Park that we work. We initiated and have been implementing it for a few years now. One is we kind of try to promote the bottom-up governance, and then also we try to promote locally relevant development and also cultural resilience. And also it is a growing movement because this is just a target to establish the community or indigenous people protected area, but also it's a movement that will also inspire other communities and also other ethnic groups across the country. And from there, let me have a few more points here. Also, we learned that there are opportunities to build alliances, alliances that we also strengthen local networks. And also the internationally also we also receive also the support and from the ICCA Consortium also that help us establish these community indigenous people protected areas. And then also the second point is evidence-based advocacy. So this one is we hear from this morning that about the evidence-based advocacy or data that we've been collecting through the supports of our NGOs and academics, and they are all important. So because of that, we know that we also have the support of academics, and there are several research papers and that you can also find online. So I think that is very important to really advocate for the change that we want. And then also the changing of the ODA paradigm, as this is important because, as I said, when we work with indigenous people, you cannot always only work with the pre-existing legal frameworks in the country. You had to also talk about outside of that. In my case, definitely outside of the central government legal framework, as I said, there is none, right? So we have to work with that, and we also want the donors to also understand and support us directly. This is the thing that I would like to point out. And in conclusion, now many problems that stem from the 3 Ds, as I said, so the issues are centered around a disregard for the rights and voices of the indigenous people and local community. The centerpiece part is one example of how and why this should be changed, recognizing the value that is already present within nation. Central to this is changing how nation state view indigenous people and local communities. It is important to understand that these communities are a valuable component of their nations and that they should be treated as allies, rather than separatist threats. And achieving this at a national and international level will prove invaluable for our environment and the ongoing fight against climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul. Yes, I don't know if there's anyone from the Philippines here or other countries where Indigenous activists tend to be labeled as terrorists, anti-government, anti-development. This is a major issue, so I appreciate you raising that point as well, Paul. So next we'll turn to Stanley Kimarin Ole Riamit. Hopefully that's not too far off. Kimarin is an Indigenous leader from the pastoralist Maasai community in southern Kenya. He's the founder director of Indigenous Livelihoods Enhancement Partners, ILEPA, a community-based Indigenous peoples organization. So, Kimarin, please.
Good afternoon, is it? All right, good afternoon, and I feel very honored to have this space to speak with such a rich array of leaders and actors and experts and interested actors in this space. So I feel very honored. Second, I want to appreciate the panelists who have gone before me because they have made my work easier. There's a lot of resonance on key elements of Indigenous people engagement in conservation, the challenges they are going through, and some of the reflections around solutions. So I want to appreciate you for making my work easier. So I would want to share my reflection based on my experiences as a pastoralist Maasai, growing from the range, in the rangelands, southern rangelands of Kenya, where my community is found. And I want to begin by stating this reality that our landscapes have remained the main arenas for conservation work. Our land is a center stage and the heartbeat of conservation. And the interesting thing is that while our livelihoods are constrained, the conservation space is growing. And so just to give you a hint, 80% of Kenya, of equivalent to 8% of the landscape of the country, is under fortress conservation, parks and protected areas, sanctuaries. Another 11% is on community-based conservation. And so, of course, after the colonial created the protected areas under fortress conservation, before independence in the late 50s, they soon realized after independence that wildlife is in our landscape. It is not accidental. And so they followed through. And basically, just also to give you a hint, the landscape where I come from alone, the Mara Serengeti ecosystem, which has the southern Maasai in Kenya and the northern Maasai in Tanzania, Ngorongoro, who are facing displacement and harassment by the state, is alone 25,000 square kilometers of conservation land. And therefore, these landscapes is a backbone of national, regional, government economies, and also provide a lifeline for international conservation actors in this space. The Northern Rangeland Trust alone has 3.2 million hectares and 11 community group ranches under its care. And so just to reflect on the problems, I think to help think through them, we need to ask this question: what do actors bring to this space? What do they surrender? What do they gain? And so for Indigenous people, speaking from an Indigenous people perspective, Indigenous people bring their intergenerationally conserved homelands. They are not donating a piece of land separate from their livelihoods. They are contributing a homeland, a place they call home. Indigenous people contribute their value systems and beliefs of positive nature relations, system informed by the principles of reciprocity. I am because you are, and you are because I am. System informed by the principle of a mindset of abundance as opposed to a mindset of scarcity that informs a capitalist market of blind exploitation beyond what they need for now. And so Indigenous people bring these values and belief systems of positive nature that have made this landscape attractive for the first time. Indigenous people bring their indigenous knowledge systems and cosmovisions. And so they bring a cultural heritage and identity that are deeply embedded in nature. In the case of the Maasai, it's difficult to think about the Maasai culture without thinking about the forest and nature. Every rite of passage has a planned aspect in it. And so to destroy the forest is to destroy yourself. In our case, our clan system is reflected in the wildlife. So there is a clan of the lion, the clan of the elephant. And so how do you kill your brother? Okay. And so this cultural heritage and value system, it is what has made these landscapes attractive. Indigenous people bring indigenous institutions and customary decision-making arrangements that have regulated the use and access of this natural resource landscape for generations. This traditional, they also bring their traditional occupation that are heavily grounded in the integrity of the ecosystem and sustainable use. Pastoralism, for example, mobility as a central strategy to utilize the landscape. It's a system developed to cope with the dry lands of these savannas. And they bring these occupations, which have often been projected actually in research. For example, you know, the tragedy of the commons, these people don't think, they are irrational. They're just hovering in the landscape without a plan. And these research outcomes inform policy decisions at the national level. And so the default position is force these crazy pastoralists to settle. Why do they just roam in this landscape? They don't understand. And so this is some of the things that indigenous people bring. What does the state bring? Regulation, policy, and a very market-oriented, sympathetic approach to policy and regulations. The conservationists, what do they bring? They bring maybe market, connection to markets. They bring some infrastructure and technology. But who owns the jewel that is an attraction in this landscape? Who is contributing the precious sort of setup that we so desire to see? A rich ecosystem teeming with wildlife and biodiversity and contributing to ecosystem services. And so very quickly, in the interest of time, so what do they lose? First, in our case, in the Southern Rangelands, once your land is in the conservation space, it will never come out. So once, the only way it comes out is you surrender the land to a conservationist interested in conservation. The leasehold locks the land to that land use. When indigenous people join in these spaces, their voices are mediated. Their voice either diminishes, if not silenced, by experts who write and speak about them, both investors and researchers who may not be informed about the visions and cause and the situations of indigenous people. What do indigenous people lose? They hold the highest burden of conservation. We talk about sharing, benefit sharing of conservation, but we don't talk about the cost of conservation, of having wildlife in my land. And now you have attached a price to it. And I have a small voice on how this design and delivered. And so it brings indigenous people into a space of vulnerability, a space where there is minimal access, if not selective access to critical information to make decision making. A space in which legal contracting is an alien space and I have no lawyer and resources to hire my own. And when the company hires a lawyer, he who pays a piper calls a tune. Yeah. And so it brings indigenous people to this space of vulnerability. And as I've said, in the land, in the situation, it brings indigenous people to a place of displacement and dispossession, as my colleagues here have highlighted. The Ngorongoro case is a live example. A landscape conserved by pastoral Maasai communities for years. And now they are displaced by their own government in the name of block hunting. And as I've said, their traditional occupations are also compromised. And sorry, I'm running towards a conclusion. Because when you talk about access to grazing in the conservation, the sheep and goats are not livestock that can access grazing. It's only the cow. But where do I take my sheep and goats? And I've been in this landscape, you know? And so that traditional occupation is also mediated. And so some consideration in terms of thinking ahead. One is that we need to account and address this power differentiation of access to information. We need to think about mechanism to restore effective voice and agency, individual and collective agencies of indigenous people. We need to think about governance and decision-making arrangement that restore the voice. For example, as I've said, in some of these conservancies, there is no annual general meeting provided in the lease agreement for landowners to make decisions that affect them. Why? Because land is fragmented, voices are fragmented, they have no collective power to bargain. We need to think about instruments of engagement like free, prior, and informed consent to enable effective voice and self-determination of indigenous people. We need to put rights before profit so that sustainable conservation can happen in these spaces. We need to think about independent legal advice for communities so that they can engage in equal measure with these investors. We need to think about transparency in the narration of the conservation story. We need to avoid selective narration in which costs borne by the community are silenced, but cost borne by the private sector is elaborated clearly. We need to account for revenue streams, including philanthropy. When philanthropy comes to conservancy, in whose name do they come? And who has the power to distribute them? Are they part of revenue? Are communities just there at the mercies of those who negotiated for them? Are they partners in this? Who allocates? And now we are thinking about carbon credits, another revenue stream. We need to account for all revenue streams within the conservation space. Ultimately, we need to allow self-determination for self-development, for self-governance of indigenous people to do conservation the best way they know how. We need to think about and change the narrative that it is pastoralists who are marginalizing women. Before land fragmentation, land was collectively owned. Men and women had land equally because none could dispose the land. But with fragmentation and privatization of access to benefits associated with conservation, women are in a very uncomfortable position. I thank you very much as I urge researchers here to step out and do research, providing different narratives and alternatives and speak truth to power to allow indigenous people to practice self-determination. And I thank you for listening to me.
Brazil, I think we got some competition from very powerful, Kimara and Asante Sana. So in the interest of time, Joey, will pass to you. So Joey Owl is the Secretary of Agriculture and Natural Resources for the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, EBCI. Joey works to build more prosperous lives for EBCI members, from personal health to renewable energy initiatives that provide affordable power to Cherokee families. Joy, over to you.
Shio, can you hear me? All right. Shio Nagada Nole. Ostal Shinale. Hello, everyone. My name is Joey Al, and I'm the Secretary of Agriculture and Natural Resources for the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. I do apologize if there's not a Southern accent translation on your dial there. So I'll try to speak a little bit more slowly and broadly, but it's an honor to be here in this forum and to share this space with such powerful and inspirational community leaders. I'm only 34, and one of the things that I was told very young was, shut up and listen. And that's what I wanted to do on this adventure here and with the panelists, especially the folks that have spoken before me. As secretary for my tribe, I serve in the cabinet of my principal chief, Richard Sneed, and I have the great opportunity of working on a variety of legislative opportunities that include rewriting code for our tribe, negotiating agreements with federal agencies, state agencies, along with executing awesome projects focused on wildlife, forestry, agriculture, renewable energy, air quality, water quality, any and all things natural resources. But before I get into a bit more about our work with the tribe on the challenges, threats, and opportunities, I want to kind of just cue up a bit of history about our tribe on where we come from and where we are today, because it is vastly different as we've heard today from many indigenous folks. When colonization came to various lands and continents, we were thriving, prosperous people living in harmony with our environment and our resources. And for our tribe, we're one of the most widely documented tribes in American history. And the federal government's approach, prior to after 1776, was looking at working with tribes through treaties. We wanted to form, the government wanted to form treaties with these tribes to then dictate and lay out where land was succeeded, or what resources were going to be used, or what the government was going to guarantee to the tribe in exchange for land. And when you look at those treaties, much of those have not been honored until tribes have started to push for those treaties to be honored and the language, words on paper to matter. And so for our tribe, when the colonists started to expand west from, North Carolina coast into the mountains, it was a very rapid expansion in the 1600s and through the 1700s. And that's when it's interesting to hear folks talk about some of the resources that were lost. We lost keystone species like the buffalo and the elk in the late 1700s. That's over 200 years ago that these animals that we once relied on and roamed our area were hunted out due to the fur trade. And moving forward into the 1800s, the 1820 President Andrew Jackson passed the Indian Removal Act to remove all Indian tribes east of the Mississippi west to Indian territory. And our tribe was forcibly removed in 1838. And so the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians is one of 3 federally recognized tribes. There's two Cherokee tribes in Oklahoma, the Cherokee Nation, which has over 350,000 members, and the United Gadua Band, which is much smaller. And so, I'm very fortunate to and just constantly reflect on that. Coming from the Eastern Band, my tribe has remained in our ancestral homeland in Western North Carolina, in our mountains, in the place to where we say we come from, Gadua, our mother town. And that's very powerful when we compare, one tribe of 577 federally recognized tribes to other tribes' stories and histories that, folks were removed from their homelands and didn't know how to survive on a landscape and the resources that were unfamiliar to them. And so, our tribe, 800 to 1,000 members fought, stayed, hid out, remained in our area. And through the 1800s to 1900s, started to collect, to organize. We bought, our land prior to removal. We actually signed over folks. There's stories of tribal folks signing over their land to white men because they were the only ones who can own land. But these were folks that they trusted. And that land that was signed over now makes up our home base of 56,000 acres. But our tribe occupied millions of square miles across 7 states. And it's very interesting to look at these successional treaties on how land was succeeded out through treaties. And, we worked from millions of square acres to 56,000 acres. And so, when we look at where we're at and where we've come from and the perseverance that our ancestors showed and demonstrated, and got to really highlight the folks, partners, the allies, reverends, governmental folks, local folks that fought on behalf of our tribe through the 1800s and 1900s. I stand on their shoulders, and am only able to be here because of what they did and what they fought for. And the landscape with where we occupy now looks vastly different than what it did 120 years ago. I always like to point that out to folks when I give tours in our area. Look up at our mountains, I said, these trees and this landscape, this is not what it looked like 120 years ago. We had the American chestnut and hickory and a variety of other trees that, the American chestnut, due to blight and harvesting, was virtually extinct in the early 20th century. So you can imagine a 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot diameter tree that's 300 feet tall, populating from southern Appalachian and North Georgia and North Carolina all the way up to Pennsylvania and New York, just decimated and gone. One of those trees could drop up to 6,000 pounds of nuts annually. And so that was very much a staple of our diet. I bring that up to look at, the challenges with where we're faced now. Again, our landscape's not the same, but we're working with what we have. We do have places of medicine, places of harvest, places that are still sacred to us that, very interesting question about data. We've mapped out these places, but we don't share them. But they're still there, and we know this, and we interact with it. We still use our land. I think that's very important coming out of this. And what we've heard today is the land is meant to be used, but in a sustainable and responsible fashion. And so, the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians has about 16,000 members, 10,000 members in our community. One of our features is we have very strong community engagement that Andy White had the privilege of sitting in on recently. We did a community forum with some of our tribal elders and speakers, and we're talking about a specific place. And during that meeting came up with a proposed name change that we want to take to the federal government and say, this isn't called Chunky Gal, it's called this. And this is the story behind it. And so we're going to start writing that paper to petition the government to change it to our name of what we've always called it. The challenges that our tribe faces, and keep in mind, where we come from through history and moving through the 20th century and the resources that weren't there. I have the 1976 Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians annual report, and we had a budget of $350,000. And now we're a multi-billion-dollar organization with gaming revenue and local investment, international investment that has really afforded our people and our government to advance our interest on natural resources and to say, well, this is what we want to do. Okay, we now have the resources to go after that. We have the resources to go meet with elected officials on a state and federal level and say, this is what we want to see. These are our demands. We want to work with you. We want you to work with us, more importantly. And so the challenges that you've heard are not unlike what our challenges are. Even with all the resources in the world, you can throw money at a problem and not fix that problem. Politics, that's a big challenge for tribes. And what we've experienced over the last couple of presidential elections is how politics will change how the government responds to a tribe. I can't emphasize that enough. From where when one party is in power, well, this is good for business, resource development, mining, oil drilling, and all that. Let's drill, to when another party is in power, then you see a greater appreciation and acknowledgement of working with Indigenous groups. Other challenges that, one that's been emphasized several times is youth. When I was 18, I said I was going to move away from my tribe and my community and never come back. I was like, there's nothing here. This is boring. And why would I want to learn about this? But for me, and this is a story that a lot of our youth share, is, it takes living away to realize how important your home is and your land and your resources. And, one of the things that I was told and that I tell folks now from a former chief was go off, get educated, come back, make a difference. And I've repeated that for about 20 years when I first heard it in middle school. And I now have the odd cyclical round, it comes back around. I get to tell that to you. So I'm like, oh God, I'm really getting old. But youth, that's another challenge, is how to get them engaged. And I appreciate a comment that was made, and that I think is really one of the greatest things that you can do to get youth involved in conservation efforts is exposure. Taking the time to get them out, take them to their community gatherings, take them to your traditional dances. For our natural resources department, we conduct workshops for our school age youth, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 5th grade, high school and whatnot, in which we go share the research that we're conducting on our land. We do, basic biology 101 exercises and workshops with them, but we've incorporated our traditional language and our practices into that for our curriculum to our youth. Another big challenge is capacity. I think we want our native folks, we want our indigenous folks to take up the ranks, to get into these positions that can make the change. But what I've kind of experienced is they're far and few in between. If we're not cultivating and sending people down these paths of interest for forestry or agroecology or agriculture, where are they going to be in 5 years and 10 years if you don't do it now? When addressing those challenges, it kind of goes in tandem with what threats we're facing. We just had we have 155 fluent speakers left in our community. We're at the point we can count how many fluent speakers we have. And we just lost a gentleman who's 55 years old, massive heart attack last weekend, shock to the community. And this gentleman, spent his career in life promoting language, developing curriculum, working with other elder speakers, and coming up with new words. Because there's like refrigerator, that wasn't a word that the Cherokee had. You had to come up with a cold box, descriptive word. But we're losing 2 to 4 fluent speakers a month. And the connection between our resources, our land, our way of being is so intertwined to our language that if we don't preserve and practice our language, then we're losing a piece of ourselves. Just like when we lose land, that's our connection. That's where our DNA is. That's where we come from. Again, a bit of going back to youth, some of the threats that we face are apathy from youth. Like I said, I'm moving away. I'm never come back. But these kids are also inundated with technology and seeing what the world has to offer. I knew that's what drove me to want to explore and travel the world and see what everybody else was doing, but that didn't allow me to focus on my culture. But technology can also be part of the opportunities, to where we've created language apps. We are sharing knowledge through these apps in our community, and also getting kids into programming, right? We want you to write the app that then shared in our community. It's multi-tiered on the opportunities there. Our tribe and some of the work that we've been able to accomplish related to natural resources over the last 5 years. I've been in my position 5.5 years, and talking with Andy over a couple of years, he would just be astounded about our relationship with the state government and federal government. Just quick nuance of to be a federally recognized tribe, you have to go through some criteria and be acknowledged by the federal government and prove that you have history and all this and all that, versus a state recognized. That's a little different. But when you have that federal designation and you're federally recognized by the tribe, by the government, it affords you different funding that other state recognized tribes. It affords you an opportunity to go speak with other leaders in the federal government and sit down and look at a funding MOU opportunity that one we just signed with the U.S. Forest Service, a Good Neighbor Authority Agreement and a Tribal Forest Protection Act, in which we got to write that and say, this is how we want to conserve, this is how we want to manage our traditional landscape. It may be Forest Service land, but the way I wrote that was, we wrote that up was, if there's a management activity, you come to us, you consult with us, and we tell you if you want you to do that or not. I think that's pretty powerful for us to, pretty powerful for us to be able to go to the federal government and dictate what we want, and then say, yeah, oh, by the way, we're going to give you money for that too. So that's great. So, the opportunities are great. I got a list of projects here that, from a dam removal, it's sad to hear that there are folks saying there's dams being proposed. We're getting ready to remove a dam, all because I called the private company operator and said, hey, you want to remove this dam? Oh, by the way, that dam really could be a social environmental justice issue. I'm going to research that. But yes, I think for, tribes, and it varies across the nation, the opportunities are great. The threats and challenges are shared. But I remain optimistic and hopeful that some of the youth that I've had the privilege of working with, they're gonna be sitting here, they're gonna be taking up the ranks, hopefully sooner than later. So thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much, Joey. I actually hate keeping people to time. It's the worst job. Everyone has so much to share and there's so much depth. We could spend, a whole day just listening to each of you, let alone trying to squeeze you into 10 minutes. So I'm sorry for that. So friends, I just want to do a quick gut check. It is a few minutes until 1:30. We're supposed to come back for lunch at 2:30. Do we want to make lunch shorter and hear more from people, or do we want to wrap up and then have an hour for lunch? Who is like really desperate to ask a question? Or are we kind of okay to wrap up? I'm not see, everyone's hungry. Okay. I wonder if okay, so I say can we be super court if possible? Okay, so yeah. French introduction.
Merci pour la parole. Nous avons beaucoup écouté ici et ce sont les mêmes préoccupations. Nous avons là-bas chacun un bic qui écrit les 4 langues que nous avons ici. Le français, l'anglais, les portugais et ainsi de suite. Nous avons les mêmes préoccupations et ici dans vos téléphones, vous avez des notes musicales qui viennent de la musique moderne. Et nous avons des lois que nous sommes en train d'élaborer. Comme on dit ici, mon frère a parlé de la loi portant protection et promotion des peuples autochtones en RDC. Et nous sommes à la COP de CBD. Ensemble, imaginons, même s'il y aura des travaux de groupe, quelles sont les recommandations ou bien les messages clés ou les mémorandums qui seront issus de ces dialogues pour que nous puissions amener à la CBD. Parce que nous avons les mêmes préoccupations. Réfléchissons que nous puissions sortir d'ici avec un document que nous allons présenter là-bas au niveau du Congrès. Ça, c'est ma préoccupation. Et quand nous allons rentrer, parce que nous allons faire l'alliance, nous allons vers les parlements modernes. Est-ce que vous allez vous imaginer aussi un parlement traditionnel où nous allons apporter toutes nos recommandations, nos lois traditionnelles pour mettre là-bas et que les autres viendront puiser moyennant une clé que nous avons dit là-bas que vous n'allez pas prendre sans notre permission. Parce que maintenant, nous sommes en train d'étaler la connaissance à la portée de tout le monde et nous n'avons pas les droits de propriété. Voilà ma préoccupation.
Yeah, we're a comment. Somebody tell me what to do. More questions, no questions. There are so many people who want to speak. We're going to go over time though, so.
Thank you. Thank you. I spend a lot of time advising philanthropists, mostly individuals, to put more resources towards primarily Indigenous and Native-led, everything's basically. And I encounter a lot of folks who come from my ancestral lineage who are in places of despair and hopelessness because their belief systems are proving to be incredibly harmful, right? And so there's a lot of transformation work that's taking place. And yeah. And so I guess, first of all, thank you. And I'm just wondering, if there's anything that you feel needs to be said along those lines, or, we've heard a lot, I think today about the right challenges we understand, and the challenges of moving the resources are a big part of that. And so anything that I could take in my own journey to be able to say, here's what is needed now. Anything in terms of a dream or a vision or a motivating factor, anything that you'd like to share. And if you'd be comfortable with me recording it so that I can share it to folks as well, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. I just wanted to say there will be breakout groups this afternoon, including one with funders. If you can join that, that would be a great chance for you to be there. Yeah, I guess we're taking a couple questions here, kind of collective sharing. Let's try as brief as possible, and if you can direct it to a particular person, and then.
Súper corto. Prácticamente es solo una pregunta, y es que comentarles que soy de Ecuador, Cecilia Baltasar, y es un país en la que se reconocen los derechos de la naturaleza y obviamente se reconoce esta relación pueblos indígenas y la naturaleza como un todo, y este respeto a los conocimientos y saberes ancestrales y la ciencia en sí. Entonces, bajo esa lógica, siempre me hago esta pregunta de cómo profundizar en este análisis de desarrollo sustentable, ¿sí? ¿Cómo decirle al Estado que realice prácticamente otras actividades de desarrollo que garanticen la protección de la naturaleza? Entonces, tal vez si todos o solo uno puede dar esa respuesta, sería excelente. Gracias.
Is there one person who wants to try and give a shot at that and one person who wants to respond to the other one? We really need to wrap up. People are hungry.
To the first question, thank you for that. When I think about the opportunity to say what is one overarching document that's going to, help everybody at all, in all facets and in all ways, I think in our experience and my experience working with our tribe is, an old saying, how do you eat a cow? One bite at a time. And you be persistent about it. And you ensure that you're setting up generational stewards and activists and policymakers that are going to help. When words are written on paper, like I said, you have someone successionally be setting up to then carry the work forward. And I think there was an example, was talking with the example of the Canadian government did this 5-volume assessment of its treatment of tribes and gave recommendations, and that sat on the shelf for a long time. So you can do one document, or you can have one thing that says these are the recommendations, but government's made up of people. And then moving to your question, having good folks, making good solid connection, allies, both in government, nonprofit, and for-profit sectors that, this isn't a popular way to look at it, but checking boxes. That's if they're looking at, folks are looking to check boxes, particularly in the United States. Well, I'm working with an indigenous group. I'm working with a fairly recognized tribe. Great. I'll help you check that box if it checks boxes for us. And let me say, that's where it starts. That's where it starts and it stops. I'm checking boxes for us first and foremost. And I think what can be good for us can be good for you too.
Vou tentar ser breve também na resposta. Vou fazer uma fala, eu acho que eu posso responder por todos os questionamentos que foram colocados. O nosso desafio, nós, povos indígenas, povos de comunidades tradicionais, nosso desafio primário é resistir às ameaças que nos circundam por todos esses séculos. Veja que as nossas histórias são muito semelhantes por conta desses processos coloniais que acontecem até hoje. A gente que está dentro do território, a gente tem praticamente vive nessa ameaça externa de ter que sair para deixar de ser quem somos. No Brasil, existe uma política que é a integração nacional, e isso foi dito há séculos atrás, mas que ainda é um exercício muito fluido, muito diluído na política brasileira. Nos integrar à comunidade nacional, é fazer a gente sair do território, é fazer a gente deixar de falar nossa língua, é usar estereótipos, afirmando que nós não somos mais quem somos, porque para ser índio original, como se prega os livros de história de 1500, a gente tem que andar nu, caçando, pescando e morando no meio do mato. Aí, cadê a floresta? Foi destruída. Cadê os rios? Poluídos e privatizados porque está cheio de hidrelétrica. Aí vem a igreja, seja católica, não estou criticando, mas assim, um processo de catequização da igreja católica, da igreja evangélica, que nos impõe uma linguagem, porque a nossa linguagem é conversar com demônios, então a gente tem que falar o português, o inglês, o francês, o russo, o alemão, aquela língua da colonização e obedecer o sistema. Porque aqueles que não obedecem o sistema é pago com a própria vida. São os rebeldes, rebeldes sem causa, porque o Estado vem para nos proteger, para garantir a nossa preservação, nossa conservação das nossas espécies, das nossas gerações e dos nossos costumes. Só que os nossos costumes estão sendo mudados a cada dia da nossa alimentação, porque a gente tem que ir no supermercado comprar, a gente não consegue mais produzir, porque a terra está poluída, o agronegócio tomou de conta, né? A pecuária tomou de conta, a caça predatória exterminou a nossa tradição também, porque o que a gente usa dentro de um ritual de tradição já não tem mais, porque a predatoriedade já acabou, seja com peixe, seja com uma caça, que seja dentro de um ritual. Então, esse sistema destrutivo que até hoje está sobre nós é a nossa principal ameaça. E isso em todos os territórios. Eu escuto vocês, eu me escuto também. Quando eu venho fazer uma fala aqui, trazendo vozes de mais de 305 povos indígenas do estado, do Brasil, é porque a gente tem esse processo de se escutar. A articulação dos povos indígenas do Brasil, a PIB, é esse processo de a gente se escutar e resistir a essas ameaças. Se tem uma palavra de ordem que a gente usa, é resistência. É a resistência contra o sistema, é a resistência contra a catequização, é a resistência contra a dominação, é a resistência contra a pregação de estereótipos que a gente tem que ser. Nós não temos que ser, nós já somos. Nós somos essência, nós somos raízes, nós somos povo originário. Nós temos território, o território que querem nos tomar para transformar em moeda, o que a gente também não quer. Porque esse espaço todo ele é sagrado para a nossa alimentação, para a nossa subsistência e para os nossos conhecimentos tradicionais, que é ligado à nossa medicina tradicional. Então, assim, a palavra de ordem é realmente resistência. E são essas histórias em comum, seja no Canadá, seja no Quênia, seja no seu país, assim, é isso. É a pregação do ódio, da dominação e da castração dos nossos costumes e tradições. É essa ameaça que a gente tem que vencer. E esta agora está sendo uma grande oportunidade, porque a gente não teve a oportunidade de se encontrar há mais tempo, mas estamos tendo agora, para fortalecer a nossa luta, para fortalecer nossas vozes em qualquer lugar que a gente vá, porque agora eu posso falar com propriedade, porque eu ouvi do parente do Congo que lá é assim, para proteger essa floresta, proteger os seus elefantes, assim como a gente tem que proteger os nossos jacarés, a nossa paca, a nossa onça. Então, a diversidade biológica que acontece lá para preservar é a mesma luta nossa também no Brasil para preservar em todos os biomas, em todos os 6 biomas, para além da Amazônia, dentro do Pampa, do Cerrado, do Pantanal, da Caatinga e da Mata Atlântica. Então, a gente faz esse processo de resistência, se une a parceiros, porque é esse processo de escuta, respeito, empatia, que a gente consegue. É esse desafio que a gente tem também, né? A oportunidade que a gente tem de construir parcerias com universidades, com outros povos, com parceiros de governo, ocupar esses espaços do governo para poder a gente garantir o direito de autonomia, o direito de escuta, o direito da consulta, de tudo que vai interferir ou intervir dentro dos nossos territórios, das nossas vidas. E hoje, eu acho que a gente pode dizer que essa dominação desse universo, para além do nosso, do universo, vamos dizer assim, como a gente fala no Brasil, do branco, das leis, das legislações, a gente pode sim se apropriar disso, porque isso é instrumento nosso, está falando dos nossos direitos, então a gente tem que saber aonde estão e como estão e quem os fez. Se está de acordo com o que a gente quer, que isso é autonomia, e exercitar essa autonomia. E aí sim, a gente vai garantir essa prosperidade, essa escuta e o respeito às nossas naturezas, sabe? E principalmente às nossas ancestralidades que morreram por isso, por essa resistência. É isso. Obrigada.
This cheering section. This is great. That was actually a brilliant wrap up of our session. I'm not even going to attempt to try and capture things better than that. Christian, that was excellent. Sorry, folks, we ran over time in each session today. It's all good. It's all good. I know everyone's hungry. So let's give a really big round of applause for our wonderful panelists here. Thank you so much, Christian, Paul, Kimare, and Joey. Thanks, everyone. Lunch is in the same location as the coffee break. Try to be back for 2:30. It's not my issue anymore.
Can that be brought together in a more holistic way? And of course, different donors have their own priorities, so it's not necessarily going to be easy. But I think it's a good challenge to be put out there in terms of how that could be addressed better. So what else would I touch upon? I think the question of long-term partnerships and trust. This was discussed yesterday with foundations. So short-term cycles, although we didn't talk about it too much just now, tend to exacerbate the problems of these types of short-term questions of how financial plans and things are used. So and then we did at the start stress how important biocultural indicators are. So a number of the partners there were saying that that's an area of work which could be further elaborated. And if there's an appetite for that in the donor and the foundation world, that would be a great thing to explore in the future. So maybe over to you, Casey. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Terrence. I think Terrence summed it up really well. I'll just mention or reiterate a few things. There seems to be a constant need since I've arrived in Montreal to do this mapping around the landscape of intermediaries and kind of understanding what intermediaries actually are, what are the value adds. While there's a lot of good movement towards direct financing, where intermediaries in those landscapes, a lot of them have a lot of value to add. Addressing the paternalistic relationships between donors and Indigenous peoples and local communities. The major emphasis by donors and governments around tropical forests and not other ecosystems. So recognizing that there's a lot of other important environments that we need to recognize are interconnected and protect as well. Kind of the need to address the gap between Western research and the funding for research around Indigenous knowledge. It seems like there's a major gap that needs to be filled there and respected. And then finally, it's a question that we've known for a long, long time, but how are you going to carry out conservation work if you can't have office chairs and pay salaries? So the need to increase general support for conservation protection efforts. Thank you.
So the third group was discussions. Oh, sorry, thank you. We had discussions on academia and research in relation to research in Indigenous communities. And we had 3 questions we're working on, like what researchers would do to support Indigenous people and local communities in Indigenous-led conservation. We had another question on how to ensure effective participation of women and youth in the academic Indigenous partnership. And the third was on how can researchers support North-South collaboration. Because there was also the need to privilege the experience of those that were sharing with us. We couldn't really go through all the questions, and some of the answers had to cut across at some point, some of the questions. So we just had to move forward. So we had our moderator, Dr. Faisal Mola, who tried to reiterate the fact that what we're trying to work on is on collaboration, ensuring that there's collaboration in every aspect, especially academia and indigenous community. Because in various cases, people have complained of the fact that researchers just come in and collect data and just disappear, and there's nothing left. They don't know what is left back in the community. So there's need for information sharing. There was also a point on that, the fact that there should be equitable information sharing. So it's not like the indigenous people have the knowledge, and there's many times we come with our scientific background or our scientific view, and we want to impose the way of carrying out research in their own communities, of which they know the realities of their local communities. They've been living in that communities and they know how the environment works. So we come in our own ways thinking that we have to impose the way we are doing research, sometimes make research not to move forward. And so we also have to join them, put them together in order to ask the questions, the research questions, which we have to put forward to carry out our research. When we come up with our own questions, obviously we are not going to answer the right questions, which have been, which is supposed to be asked. And so there's one key thing that was said, is say, if you don't ask the right questions, you don't have the right results. And so if we come out with our own questions without involving the indigenous communities, we are going to have the results which we want and not the results of the reality of the communities where we are doing the research. We also had experience shared by participants from different parts. We had a participant from Canada and from Africa that shared almost the same experiences. And they were talking about their experience with resource exploitation, which also leads to destruction of the natural environment. We had the case of water resources, that others come and extract all the water resources in the area, and it creates a situation of scarcity that leads to conflicts. And when the conflicts come in, you have a boomerang effect or a domino effect on other aspects in the community. And so we also have to look at that aspect. And at some point we had to move to the fact that how do we move forward with such research in communities? And the aspect of the 2I scene approach that was propounded here in Canada by an indigenous elder called Albert Marshall. Yeah, he said we need to blend indigenous knowledge system and Western knowledge system in order to craft a way forward that's going to be beneficial to everyone. So we have Western science that is important in the way research is carried out, as well as indigenous knowledge or indigenous science system that also has the understanding of the natural environment. So everything we are going to do with our own perspective as we come to that area, we also have to consider those that have been in that area, because no matter what we do, we are never going to get the results which are going to be helpful for the environment. Yeah, and they said one key thing that was mentioned is that researchers keep focusing on the outcome of their research, and they forget the process and the collaborative aspect of their research, which helps to build a better future. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll hear Stanley for NGOs and Allies.
Thank you very much. And unfortunately, I didn't count who we were, the number we were, but somewhere close to 10. And 3 questions were reflected on. One is how environmental NGOs can support indigenous people-led conservation. And the second one was around how to ensure effective participation of youth and women. And the last one was how to support North-South collaborations. And based on the examples and reflections that the group shared, one aspect on supporting indigenous people-led was thinking around decentralized decision-making arrangement, enabled through policy with, of course, participation and collaboration with the state, to enable then the legal context of enabling community conservation on the ground. And then land tenure recognition, respect and security of land tenure was a big issue. And it's a foundation of indigenous people-led conservation. And there was even a comment that it is not just a right thing to do, it's the most feasible thing to do, because estimates around the 30 by 30 support is about 140 billion annually, while land tenure recognition is far much less. So land tenure recognition. And then also the idea that understanding, building the, addressing the understanding gap of environmental NGO on what exactly does Indigenous people-led conservation mean? Who makes the decision? Who do they reach to if they want to engage? And then supporting initiatives that elevate the voice of Indigenous people to speak for themselves as opposed to others speaking for them. And then along the side of this interaction of knowledge system mentioned by Manuel, there should be a two-way flow of knowledge systems, science and Indigenous knowledge, also to inform the decisions made by these NGOs. There is need to develop consensus on what we mean by Indigenous people-led versus Indigenous people involved. It's the entire spectrum of initiative from the idea generation, implementation, and ultimately to who owns the resources. On the second question, effective participation of women and youth, there was a caveat there that we need to keep back in our mind. Who makes this call? If societies are patriarchal, who goes to say your women are not involved and your youth are not involved? So there was that caution. And then we need to think about building community conversation and convenings around these issues so that we enhance understanding. There was a call to move away from short-term projects arrangements to long-term commitments that will help us see this relationship in a much deeper way. The idea is to move away again, away from outcomes and think about processes, relationships, partnership building, which will reveal some of these inequalities from the community side. There was also a call to identify existing community champions, not creating them. Those who have given themselves to these causes whom we can enable to speak for the community. So it's about trust and faith building and long-term processes as opposed to outcomes. The last one was on North-South collaboration and basically that resources should flow to all these poles and that priorities for support should be from these communities, but more importantly also that curriculum should be developed on exchange programs for knowledge sharing between the North and South. And yes, thank you. That was it.
So next we'll hear Wilma Mendoza representing the Gender Justice and Women's Leadership Group.
Spanish. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad. Dentro del grupo dialogamos como 11 participantes y todas mujeres, solo un varón que estaba dentro del grupo. Respondimos a la pregunta cómo promovemos el liderazgo de las mujeres en la conservación liderada por los pueblos indígenas y las comunidades. Dentro del grupo analizamos y mencionamos específicamente para continuar, por ejemplo, tenemos que continuar fortaleciendo los espacios propios que tenemos dentro los territorios, dentro de los pueblos indígenas y dentro de las comunidades locales, esos espacios de toma de decisiones, ¿no? Que nos permite transmitir conocimientos desde hace muchos años, ¿no? Para poder seguir conservando la importancia de manejar esta conservación, la importancia de mantener ese equilibrio y la importancia de manejar principios y valores dentro de ese escenario, ¿no? Por otro lado, tenemos que continuar también, como tenemos que hablar del liderazgo, el liderazgo se lo aprende, el liderazgo es constante, para el liderazgo no hay colegios, no hay escuela, el liderazgo es metiéndose ahí, ¿no? Entonces, para eso necesitamos apoyo, ¿no? para continuar estas capacitaciones, estas escuelas, pero con una currícula propia de historia y de transmisión de toda esa importancia que tiene para nuestras generaciones. Esos círculos donde están integrados los niños, los jóvenes, nuestros ancianos, nuestras ancianas, nuestros sabios, nuestras sabias, que nos permite a nosotros fortalecernos y caminar con este liderazgo que tenemos dentro en diferentes escenarios, ¿no? También necesitamos, como somos mujeres que estamos dentro de los territorios, necesitamos conocer nuestros derechos colectivos. Una cosa son los derechos colectivos y otra cosa son los derechos individuales. Entonces, para nosotros es muy importante ejercer este derecho dentro de ese escenario propio que nosotros lo denominamos, que es nuestra casa grande, ¿no? Ahí reformamos estructuras, porque hasta ahora vemos que son propios estas estructuras orgánicas que nosotros lo llamamos de toma de decisiones, siempre son por varones. Pero es en ese espacio donde modificamos normas propias, que muchas normas de esto, de las comunidades locales, vienen a vulnerar derechos de las mujeres, ¿no? Entonces, para eso necesitamos seguir fortaleciendo este conocimiento, estos derechos y estos derechos individuales que tenemos nosotros las mujeres. Por otro lado, necesitamos también seguir capacitando en lo que es la gestión pública, que nos va a permitir ya más adelante a recepcionar, por ejemplo, los fondos. Dentro de la segunda pregunta, ¿qué apoyo adicional es necesario para la justicia de género? Dentro de todo el diálogo, agradecer al varón que estaba presente, a Gustavo, nos dice los fondos globales, un 50% deben ir a apoyar a estas organizaciones de mujeres que son lideradas y que pueden cambiar ciertas políticas públicas hacia este tema de la conservación, ¿no? Pero además, la mayor parte de las organizaciones de mujeres que están haciendo incidencia y que están proponiendo a cambiar las políticas públicas no tienen la personería jurídica, un documento legal que le permita recepcionar estos fondos. Entonces, por lo tanto, necesitamos fondos para que vayan a apoyar estas legalidades que tiene que tener esa organización para recepcionar esos fondos, ¿no? Y que puedan demostrar, como las mujeres siempre nos toca demostrar la capacidad, conocimiento, administración, para que los varones o los otros tomadores de decisiones nos crean, ¿no? También necesitamos fondos que vayan a fortalecer estas diversidades de justicia económica que nosotros lo trabajamos dentro de la Casa Grande, dentro de esos espacios. Y además necesitamos también fondos para restaurar espacios perdidos o dañados por efecto del cambio climático o dañados por algunas empresas o por el mismo Estado que vienen a vulnerar estos espacios. Estoy hablando de áreas protegidas y de los espacios también de comunidades locales y de los pueblos indígenas, ¿no? Porque una cosa es restaurar y otra cosa es reforestar. Nosotros hablamos de restauración, ¿no? Muchas gracias por permitirme en este espacio.
Thank you so much. As a law professor, I can only support the idea of more independent legal representation. So finally, Pernilla Melmer will present on behalf of the Governments and Public Sector Group.
Yes, thank you very much. And we was a small but committed group with 6 participants and dominated from North America, but also from Democratic Republic of Congo. And one issue that came up rather promptly as the first question was, well, it was about duty bearers and how they could support the rights holders. And we came immediately into a reflection on if these words really was correct, if it's not also a bit of a colonial construction that that the duty bearer, it is something which could also be seen as an hierarchy still. Also, if it's the human rights language, it can also be very strange if you compare with, for example, an indigenous community and the kind of independence you have created there. Then we also, which is an interesting discussion in that perspective, was that its experiences of having laws in place for demanding like your rights, or demanding resources, or demanding attention. But also to have a law can sometimes mean that it's not implemented, and then it's no idea with at all. And if you, for example, had the situation of the human and environmental rights defenders in Congo, it was quite important to support them in being aware of their rights and being aware of what kind of demand they can actually put. But also that actually, and there we are back to the duty bearers, that law can be imposed and it can be a sign of colonialism. And there is a number of laws that are imposed on indigenous communities. And it's important to recognize legal pluralism and making customary law respected. With regards of women's and youth, of course, they are critical. And what you do is that you have to ensure they're really involved in the leadership development from the beginning. And also we had very good examples of conservation leadership where you, for example, by just proposing that the dam should be deconstructed if it is a hinder, you can achieve a lot of conservation by demanding directly of the owners and so on. And with regards to North and South groups, we also acknowledge that it was very much similarities between the North American groups and the DRC cases. So I think that is also an important conclusion, that we have very much in common, independent of that the situation can appear to be very different. And then I was also to ask others to fill in, because this is, but thank you very much.
So thank you so much. It's clear that there's a lot of convergence across these different groups, even if they're coming from different perspectives. And we will now, Holly, be, am I introducing the next session or? Solange, I'll turn it over to Solange to introduce the next section while we thank our speakers and they take their seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, everyone. I think a lot came out from the groups, and we are moving to the last session. So we're happy that people are still with us. And I would like to call Peggy Smith and Milka to come up front, and they will lead us to the final key messages and ways forward. You need a slide?
Very good evening, everybody. My name is Milka Chepkorir. I am Indigenous from the Sengwer people of Kenya, forest Indigenous community. As my brother is coming from a pastoral community, I come from the forest hunter-gatherers. And sitting here today to listen to the very many examples from different Indigenous people and the experiences of organizations that I've been able to work with them, brought great relationship, between what we are dealing with back home and what every other Indigenous community is dealing with across the continent. And my role right now is just to help us summarize what we have been able to discuss today. And Peggy will take us into the way forward when talking about the North-South collaboration for Indigenous people and for our allies as well. And you will all agree with me that the main thing, or maybe the main message that we've had during the day, even from the beginning, is that we all recognize that Indigenous people and of course, local communities are the guardians of biodiversity. It is in our territories that this so much glamorized biodiversity is in, and that we have this biodiversity in our territories, not by mistake. It's because our values, our virtues, and our relationship with this biodiversity has been key and has kept us together. Sorry, I will use that language, us and biodiversity, because I am Indigenous and it's hard for me to step aside and be like them. And of course, the fact that we're losing this biodiversity due to colonial ways of conservation and the extractive, did we say economic destruction? Yeah, the mindset of just getting out and not being able to give it back to nature. And I like the first opening statement that was the keynote by our first speaker that called us back to, now using our hearts more than our minds, because it's our minds that tell us get more. And we need now to connect back to our hearts to be able to restore or to even keep the biodiversity that we have in place. And also the other thing was about the fundamental truths that Indigenous people have, also related to the values and virtues that has helped in conservation of this biodiversity, comparing that to the colonial way of extractivism and fortress conservation that do not adhere to these values. And that for us to be able to make a change, then we have to do a societal change, a societal shift, and be able to come up with a just and equitable management of biodiversity, which is all based really on Indigenous people's values, virtues, and the relationship we have with this biodiversity. And that for us to do this, we of course recognize that we have a lot of imbalance in power and decision making. And that's why we're sitting in this room to talk about collaboration and the fact that we need to build allies from the north, from the south, from every corner of this world to effect change and to realize the agendas that we have on this beautiful board, the ones that we've talked about today, and hopefully the ones that are also being talked at COP15. And that you know, of course, another thing that came across was to do with the Global Biodiversity Framework. And the comments from Solange in the morning that these targets are, of course, very ambitious. And for them to be achieved, then they have to be rights-based. Otherwise, we continue with the same lane of extractivism and forgetting about the guardians, the custodians of this biodiversity. So the other thing that came across was the issue of funding. And I'm happy also that we had a report back from the groups and the need for this funding to really be able to go to these Indigenous people and local communities and women who are, you know, the key custodians of biodiversity, and passing on the knowledge to the younger generations on how this biodiversity is better conserved. And just on the funding thing, just to bring my own contribution a little bit on that, is that there was a survey, I'm sure most of you must have heard about it, that shows that the conservation funding, most of it just ends up at the bingo level, yeah? And only 1% goes to Indigenous people and local communities. Makes us wonder, is conservation done in organizations, or is it on the land? If it is on the land, on whose land? And why is the funding not getting into Indigenous peoples, at the Indigenous peoples level, or at least say the point of impact, yeah? Of course, there was shared experiences of histories of violations of human rights in the name of conservation, violations that relate to displacement, evictions, targeting and killing of Indigenous peoples, leaders who speak against these colonial methods of conservation, and also the economic destruction. And that even if we think that this was just related to the colonization, another general feeling that came, you know, throughout the discussion today was still the continuation of this fortress conservation that keep people and nature separate, and the silencing of Indigenous people's voices at the expense of their rights to their lands and the resources on their lands. And on the other hand, elevating the voice of experts who are then heard more in international forums and policy level meetings than actually who the custodians of these territories are. We also heard about the power imbalance between the different actors in relation to conservation of biodiversity. So despite all these challenges that, of course, we've pointed out, and a few of the actions going forward, it was good to hear about the strategies and the efforts that are being put forward by Indigenous people in local communities in terms of trying to reclaim our customary lands, trying to reclaim our cultures and our stewardship. Examples coming from DRC Congo, where the legislation had just been passed to recognize the custodianship of Indigenous people, and appreciating the lots of work that went into that. Also the community forestry in Mexico, that also is looking into the conservation of biodiversity in that area. And one key thing that really was fascinating, at least to me, and hopefully to others, is the example of Nepal, preserving Indigenous knowledge, documenting it, and being able to pass it on. And I think that will help in many Indigenous communities, especially because in the generation of myself and the others behind, there's a lot of fantasy with moving away from communities and going to Europe, go somewhere else and live life, whatever life is. And then the detachment or just the dislocation that this brings to our communities is so much that we can only be able to restore that by documenting our traditional knowledge and being able to pass it on in written forms. Because now many of us are not sitting down with our elders to listen to stories and listen to, or at least get knowledge from the indigenous passing on of knowledge as it was before. And so we are sitting here, you know, talking about North and South collaboration and what to do, and appreciate the fact that we are here to build, you know, alliances, to come together, to be able to go forward. And even as gentle as we are focusing that, you know, we are facing or approaching that, another key thing that came across was the fact that we still have to create resistance to dominance, because the dominance is still very strong. It comes with a lot of money being given to governments, being given to conservation organizations. And so how to go forward is dialogue, yes, put the soft face, but on the other side, put the resistance to the continuity of fortress conservation and the other effects that have come with colonization to press on Indigenous people knowledge, Indigenous people stewardship. Many of the things that we've talked about today are, of course, presented in this together with what I've said. And because we cannot go through everything, just, you know, it will be a repeat of the same, is for us now to go into what do we do going into the future with all that we've said, with all the similarities across North, South, is what do we do next? And Peggy will take us through that in relation to what we do next, working together, North and South. Thank you.
Nindishkas, Misquanaquiduk, Dildum Amakwa. My spirit name is Red Cloud Woman. My clan is Bear Clan, and my ancestors, my Cree ancestors, come from the Hudson Bay, James Bay territory in Northern Ontario, Canada. My name is Peggy Smith, my English name. I am a professor emerita, retired professor at Lakehead University in Thunder Bay, Ontario, which is my home. So here we are to talk about next steps. So first question, is there anyone who wants to make an argument that we should not increase North-South collaboration around Indigenous peoples and local communities conservation? We're in a situation where we are divided North-South. A lot of those divisions have come from governments who will pick and choose who they donate to, or funders, with a lot of emphasis, particularly in the forest sector, on tropical forests and maybe not so much on the northern forests. We have, I think, misunderstandings about Indigenous communities in the global South versus those in the global North. But we heard lots of discussion today about what you call the ties that bind. And what are they? What are some of the ties that are binding us? Someone just call out your answer. I'll repeat it in the mic so that it goes into the record. Colonialism, for sure. What else? Perseverance. We're still here. We're still fighting. What else? We have an international agreement called the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that recognizes our rights. And what's the number one right that we've talked about today? Land and territory is an element. Yeah. Self-determination, I've heard it. So rights and self-determination are the foundation and the basis for what ties us together. But we have central to all of that is our land and our territories. And as Pamela mentioned this morning, the land has been our witness all day. We also talked about sustainable livelihoods. And we talked about our responsibility to protect the environment and biodiversity. So there are strong ties that bind us together. So how do we move forward? We're going to say, let's leave the north-south divisions and move on. So again, maybe in 5 words or less, if you had a suggestion for a next step, what would it be? In terms of increasing north-south cooperation around Indigenous-led conservation. Coming into right relationship. You want to say just a little bit more about that? What's a right relationship? That's a good one. Getting out of the way of ourselves. Yeah, that's great. Another suggestion? Schedule the next meeting. There is a very pragmatic man sitting over there in the corner. Any suggestions about the next meeting? You're going to host it at the Eastern Cherokee Nation? You thought it would, I thought about it, great. So we may even have a venue already. When would people, what's the best time of year to visit your territory? Spring. Spring. Sorry? Okay, plan some projects together. You want to put a little bit of substance on that? Is there a particular project that jumps to mind or an area that you'd like to work on with other people? I'm from Iran and I work down in Canada and I've always been involved with all the great work that we've done in Canada and how it is to other countries that I've been talking about and my home country. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration. There just needs to be more talking to one another, planning on knowledge sharing. Okay. I'm sorry, we should have caught that on the mic. Any other ideas for projects that you'd like to work on together? Sorry? Okay.
I think it's international conservation targets. Like, you know, we do conservation and protection of specific species in Canada, but those species migrate to South America. And so those corridors, we can protect them in the Canadian portion, but unless those species have areas where they can stop, like yellow-breasted chat is one of those that we've studied, and we see its migration right to South America, but we have no connections related to corridors into Washington and United States, down into California, and then into South America. So those north-south corridors for species that really depend on those corridors. So those would be some good projects.
Great idea. We have my mother 2 years ago learned from someone how to raise monarch butterflies, and summer before last, I think she raised 65 and released them all. Yeah, it's kind of, and she would bring them in and watch them pupate and then emerge. Okay, that's a great idea. Other projects you think about? Yeah.
Networks that are connecting us. So from regional to, you know, much larger levels, so that we're able to easily share the knowledge that's happening in one space with other spaces, and we're able to share case studies and what's working and successes.
So that's, I think, a great idea. So mapping the organizations that you represent here and making those links to the initiatives that are being undertaken by, because we are a really diverse group of people who are doing some amazing work in all kinds of different arenas. Yep.
I think there's both a threat and an opportunity around the need to connect rights-based agenda with nature-based solutions, and carbon, especially as the first one that's moving, because it's not happening at the global level. And when you look at the picture of the Sustainable Development Goals and people talk about co-benefits to climate action, they're not situating it within an Indigenous rights perspective. And so the words of the that every, whose land is it? So I think there's collective work to be done there, to make sure there's a strong voice about articulating the need for rights in nature-based solutions, and that every nature-based solution should be a just solution.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
I was going to say there should be, our money should be pulled together. And I think that one of the outcomes of this, conference actually could be a cumulative loss and damage fund for Indigenous people, to lead, administer, and run, to start to actually do economic redress. So just like the loss and damage fund that, came out of COP27, I think there should be a biodiversity cumulative loss and damage fund that is run by Indigenous people and for Indigenous people to jumpstart it where maybe other governments can't.
So an international trust fund, in essence, to provide remediation for biodiversity loss.
In the worst, most vulnerable places.
Yeah.
We know where they are.
It makes me want to borrow somebody's hat and pass it. A good way to start a fund. Yes.
Oui, merci. Nous avons d'abord parlé chacun de sa situation. Et dans cette situation-là, nous avons partagé les expériences. Et dans les partages des expériences, nous avons vu qu'il y a des divergences, il y a aussi des similitudes. Et dans ces similitudes-là, nous avons dit que nous devons avoir une seule voix et nous devons nous connecter. People have to be, Indigenous people have to be connected. Donc, nous devons établir des alliances, cette connexion-là, pour pouvoir aller de l'avant. Et dans cette connexion-là, nous devons aussi déboucher vers la recherche et aussi un attachement avec nos savoirs endogènes et traditionnels, c'est-à-dire un attachement avec nos ancêtres. Et c'est dans cette chanson-là que je vais vous réveiller pour évoquer maintenant l'esprit de la forêt et l'esprit des ancêtres. O se koko chikiroko traboyaramaka nko.
Miigwech, we did have some discussions, just informal discussions about, in these kinds of international gatherings, people often say, well, let's do some kind of a declaration. And of course, there will be, I'm sure this week and next week at the COP, some declarations from Indigenous people. So we didn't pursue that idea, but I thought about some of the general principles that we might agree to. And that is, we acknowledge Indigenous people's leadership in the arena of biodiversity conservation. We will support each other in the work that we do in our local areas. We will promote our knowledge and introduce it to Western systems in order to change the way that they are doing things. So anyway, and you can probably come up with some of your own principles as well that would go into that kind of declaration, but we should keep those in the back of our minds.
For your song and for always grounding us. I don't know your name, the one that's shared. That's really powerful. I just wanted to mentioned this morning. We talked about staying the course, staying alive document, and the last truth in there is adapt. As Indigenous people, we've always adapted to the changes that are around us. And I think that's something we need to honor, respect, and celebrate, because we are continually adapting. We've adapted to everything that's happened, but I also wanted to remind us to be gentle and aware that we're not talking about hundreds of years ago. I grew up in a community with canoes on the beach, and I grew up in a home where many of us lived together, and we're not talking about even 100 years ago. And I've been to university in different places, and they go, "Oh, where did you grow up?" In BC on the reserve, right? People don't realize that in your own backyard where you are, if you haven't been to visit the local people, if you haven't acknowledged who they are, I'm really grateful for the land acknowledgement, but that hasn't been happening that long either. That we remember that and be aware of where you are and take interest in that. I traveled in university to Mexico, and the 3 instructors were from 3 different universities, and they had never been to a reserve in their own backyard in Vancouver. So just to be aware of that, it's all connected to this, because they're still there. They're not only surviving, but many, as the young man shared from his place, are thriving. Many are thriving, but it didn't happen overnight. Somebody held them up and said, "We need you to do this. We need you to go to university, but we need you to remember who you are." So someone asked about, what about the children? The children in our community are learning the language. The children in our community go out to cultural camps. So they're very rooted and grounded in who they are. But they also, when they leave, know when they come back that they have a place. They know who they are, and no matter where they go, they'll always know who they are. So I just thank you for coming together and taking time to do this, because this is really important. And that I hope you go home and share these stories, because that's how the word spreads what's going on and what's happening by us sharing our stories. Kayasika.
Language. Starbo.
Gracias. Peggy, bueno, quisiera agradecer la organización de este interesante encuentro, a RRI, a todos los organismos que han colaborado, Christensen Fund y los demás. Mis compañeros de la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales me han pedido que proponga la realización de un intercambio entre organizaciones de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales del sur con organizaciones indígenas del norte en una agenda por definir. Es decir, que construyamos todos la agenda sobre lo que queremos reunirnos, con el fin de que nadie sienta que es algo impuesto, sino que lo construyamos, y en este intercambio también se podrían sumar todos los actores que estén interesados en este encuentro. Gracias.
Is there a second suggestion to hold another meeting soon? Any, some more?
I think I have the mic up there.
Okay.
Got the mic. As we're forming these alliances, my question is what are the NGOs and NGOs holding, and then what are Indigenous communities responsible for holding? And these very different themes for each. For instance, NGOs can carry more liability and risk, whereas Indigenous communities cannot. So it is important to become clear what NGOs and NGOs in general are willing to be at the forefront of, where the Indigenous partners cannot be. And this brings into question a lot of other themes, like what is to be an ally, and what does it actually mean to be at the front on this topic and not on this topic. And I think that's and risk and liability is a big issue for Indigenous communities. I think, as many have mentioned, you're either labeled as a danger to the state. And so, yeah, what is the buffer there? What are NGOs willing to do for that?
Good point.
I think one of the things is as Indigenous people, we often, I think one of the biggest barriers we often fight out there is we're out there with our warriors bringing forward our plight. And I think that in general, when you look at overall education, like when we first came in here after the breakout sessions, I heard a real interesting comment, and which prompted me to want to bring this forward, is that we know the battles that we have as Indigenous people. In this day and age, there's still a lot of people in this world who don't. And I think so much more has to be done with our existing educational institutions that we have in universities, colleges, in our public school systems, that make it mandatory that there is curriculum in there. There's that makes mandatory that teachers have to teach about the Indigenous community. It's not an option. It has to be mandatory, and that has to happen internationally. That like there are a lot of people who don't know, and when you look at overarching development, a lot of people feel, oh, there's a lot of vast land there, nobody lives there, and they actually believe that. But yet there's those of us Indigenous people who look at that vast land and say, that's home. But yet there's a big divide in the education in the sense of who we are as Indigenous people and what our plights are, and how we are continuously trying to raise that awareness on who we are, what's happened to us, what is continuing to happen to us, and what is going to happen to us. And it just seems that there's that fine line on the floor, in the room that's drawn, where people don't want to hear about it, those people who know about it, and those people who are thinking, which side of the room should I go on? But definitely overarching, more education, and it has to be mandatory. Within corporate government, within provincial governments, within territorial governments, within the federal government, it has to be mandatory that cultural awareness has to happen in the sense of Indigenous communities within each and every level of government, to say, you know what, if you are coming into this territory, these are the Indigenous people and this is who they are. It's not a choice as to whether or not you want to listen to it. It's a part of your employment that you have to do this.
And I think that's happening more in Canada since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission filed its report in 2015. And one of those calls to action was that colleges, universities, primary schools all address this issue of knowledge about Indigenous people's history in Canada. And I know at Lakehead University, we did adopt a mandatory requirement for Indigenous, that every student who graduates from Lakehead with an undergraduate degree has to have at least so many hours of Indigenous content. So, and there are a number of colleges and universities that have done that now. Good point.
Well, thank you. To your question about education, there's something called WINHEC. Has anybody heard about WINHEC here?
Spell it.
WINHEC is a World Indigenous Nations Higher Education Consortium.
Okay.
Really? Are you guys serious? And you guys are supposed to be leaders of Indigenous things?
It's not an education crowd. There's a few of us, but
really, you guys never heard of that?
No.
And the Maori people are one of the leaders in it. I mean, we all know what the Maori's done, right? In terms of revitalizing their culture and their language. It's world renowned. So anyway, that's a teaching point for me. I thought I'd get at least one person here that knows what WINHEC is. Well, again, my name is James Rowlingleaf, and I come from the Travel College University in South Dakota, USA. And if you know our history, 50 years of providing higher education in our own way and on our own lands about ourselves. And so I think I want to kind of strengthen her point too about the importance of that. I think that's important. I think also and it's kind of funny, but it's kind of true. The late Vine Deloria Jr., the renowned Lakota scholar, was at a meeting, kind of like this, with a bunch of tribal leaders and our allies all sitting around trying to figure out what to do. And they're all doing their own thing. They're all doing their own thing. And he said, you know what? And if you know Vine, he was pretty acerbic. And he got up and he said, you know what? You know what we need? Because they asked him, what do we need to do next, Vine? He said, we need an association of associations. So as a newcomer to this work, and I thank you for the welcome and being a part and listening to me in this discussion, I think I'm going to ask that lady to write that down over there. I'm not sure how she's going to draw the association of associations, but well, my point is that, you know, I mean, at one point, are we going to bring down our barriers to work together? Isn't climate change bad enough? Isn't it a crisis in our world today that's going to affect now as well as our future generations? That's my opposite. That's where I'm coming into this meeting here, is understanding, you know, what are we doing together? I sort of hear pockets of development all around here. We're doing this, but what are we doing together? Yeah, I mean, please. So, as I mentioned, so I work with the Geo-Indigenous Alliance. You know, we're just a startup group. We don't have any money, but we have a vision, right? We know the need is for protect our tribal culture heritage. And those who come from a tribal culture know that we have the 7th-generation concept, right? That we have to think and plan that far ahead. It's hard. You know, I can't wrap my head around it myself, but we talk about it. We just keep putting that in front of us. So I'm wondering if this group here is thinking 7 generations ahead. And what are we putting our energies right now? We can't do everything, but what can we do today? What can we learn from the past that brings us here today? And then going forward, I know there's something happening at another building right now, this COP15 thing, but all those leaders of the world are talking about our future, right? Yeah. And that's where tribal colleges came from, is because somebody else dictated our future for us. So the question is, when are we going to decide and what are we going to commit to change our future now and for the future? That's why we, as a grandfather myself, I know that more and more now. I see my little grandchildren, you know, they're 1 year old now. And I wonder what my granddaughter, my grandson look forward to in the next 20, 50 years. The science tells us this is going to happen. It doesn't look good. I mean, that's the negative. That's the reality of this kind of work, right? And climate change is that these things are really happening on our lands. Our cultures, the COVID-19, those things impacted our community heavily. We lost a lot of elders. I don't know how you feel about losing an elder in your community, but when we lose one now, who is 1st-generation language speaker, who grew up with the language and the culture and custom, that's a big loss. And it can't be replaced with a book. So I'm here to listen. I think, you know, the young people have to roll in this too. I think, how do you onboard someone like me to this work? How do you get me involved in this work that wants to get involved in this work? You know, how do we get
your lost cause?
I probably am. And then young people, we talk about women and young people in part of our breakout session. And I told the story in our breakout group about the importance of young women. Was, if you heard about the Dakota Access Pipeline, did you know that was started by a young Lakota girl? That she woke up and heard about this pipeline thing and said, I want to do something about it. So what can I do? She says, I want to find out who's making this decision about this pipeline. And I want to present him a letter saying, don't do it. Well, she's just a young 16-year-old girl. What is she going to do? She said, well, it's the Omaha, Nebraska, which is hundreds of miles away. And she said, well, I want to run. And I want to see who joins me. But I want to start, right? I want to take that responsibility to do it. I got to meet that girl in 2016, shook her hand. And it was a powerful moment for me because it reminded me again how our young people can start movements. And so I offer that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Vicky, what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it has been really wonderful in the past 2 days here in Montreal. The discussion around, the the indigenous and the community-led initiatives for resource management and all this right-based conservation. I think that was a very rich discussion, followed by the recent emphasis on the indigenous curricula. So there were the point I would like to emphasize further. Because it's my own experience working on the climate change and conservation, biodiversity, and different issues and concerns in relation to indigenous people back home in Nepal, but also in Asia and also in different regions around the world, especially working or even as a inaugural co-chair for the local communities and indigenous people platform of the UN, within the UNCCC. So while working in different, at the national and global arena on the issues of indigenous people, I could really feel that, we indigenous people, we have been always emphasizing in one corner of discussion, not really getting the opportunity to linking with another round of the corners of the similar discussion. So I really would like to move ahead this discussion, like connecting all the dots within the different conventions. Generally, what I felt like, all the discussion, because I have been following more on UNCCC in the past, maybe 17 years already, but and then not really in CBD, but in CBD discussion is almost same issues and concerns of indigenous people. So in the ahead, like a continuation of discussion, connecting the issues and concerns within different conventions and different programs. That's because we indigenous people are not just only like a box setting or not like that. We always see the holistic pictures, and holistic picture is possible only through connecting all these different discussion in different forum and different convention and different programs. No, so that is possible. Through our continued collaboration, communications, connecting global South and within the South and within the country level, within the community level. And that's how we can strengthen our voice, because I strongly believe that stand-alone approach is not the principle of indigenous people. The indigenous people's basic principle is more collective, holistic, joining hands, and I think within principle we can move ahead and we can achieve our goals and supporting each other particular issues, and also building our solidarity further for distinct issues and concern to support, but also common issues to join hand in solidarity. Yeah, that's what I would like to emphasize. Thank you.
Water over here. Well, thanks for giving me the opportunity to say something on North-South cooperation. So one very important event next year, which will happen here in Canada, is the GEF Assembly. So the GEF, for those of you who don't know, it is the Global Environment Facility, which is the financial mechanism of the CBD, of the UNFCCC, of the different Rio conventions. And it will be happening in Vancouver in the month of August. This has just been decided last week. And so the CEO of the GEF has explicitly requested for there to be an engagement with First Nations in Canada, as well as in North America. And so just last week, the GEF Council met and approved a $10 million youth initiative, which is the request of the GEF CEO. So this is a unique opportunity here in Canada to pass messages. We will have different events in the CBD COP next week on this subject. So I work with the GEF Small Grants Program, and we have piloted an Indigenous Peoples Fellowship Initiative, which was, we have had about 12, 15 fellows. So there may be an opportunity to introduce an idea of expanding this on a North-South basis. So if you're attending the COP, please attend those events. And if I'm here to talk right now, if there are any people who'd like to talk to me after this, thank you.
This is telling me to shut up. So I don't think that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has been adopted in some of these other international instruments. So, for example, the COPs around climate change, that would be one place where we could bring the UN Declaration forward, particularly the right to self-determination, free, prior, and informed consent, and Article 32 that talks about the right of Indigenous communities to have control over what happens in their territories. And the same thing with the Biodiversity Convention. It's got Article 8J on traditional knowledge, but it has not adopted FPIC. And it just seems to me to make sense. It's part of the UN framework. Every one of those conventions should be adopting the principle of FPIC in the UN Declaration. I know it's designed for nation states, but I think it's something that, you know, could be promoted. And I'm not sure whether it has been. Does anybody here know who's been at some of the COPs, the Conference of the Parties?
Oh, I just, the COP 26.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I know I'm in last year right now, but it's kind of
Okay. So certainly strengthening it in all of the UN instruments would be one way of doing it. And having this, avoiding this situation where Indigenous peoples are going to the Conference of the Parties and struggling to be heard and recognized. Seems to me that top-down approach where we insist that all UN departments and declarations adopt FPIC would be one way of going about this. Yep.
For me, I'm looking at the conservation of biodiversity as of course, respectively, that's something within Indigenous people's ways of life, and looking at the you know what to do with this collaboration, North and South, is to be able to really make it work for, especially the South. Let me speak about Africa, on self-determination and identity of Indigenous people, because it is being really pressed down against by development, by education, by everything. And I'm looking at practicals for this collaboration that we have now, of course, apart from the global discussions that we are having here, is to look at how communities in the North can work with the ones in the South to, I don't know, to build the confidence of who Indigenous people are. Giving my own example, I've gone to school, even within my own Indigenous territory, but we were not just ourselves in school. And we were made, I was made, and others made to feel ashamed of who we are, you know, by teachers, by other communities, dominant communities, so much so that you cannot speak your language in school. Otherwise, you're punished. You're laughed at by saying, I am Sengwer. They'll be like, who is that? So you're the guys that wear the hides. You're the guys that live in the forest. And that shaming has gone on in the education system, that not many of my generation and the younger ones can stand and say, I am Sengwer, you know, because then you're punished in school or you're laughed at, or so the discrimination is really gone too far, that the confidence is not there. And listening to what is happening in Canada in terms of reviving that identity, even through education, I think this collaboration should look at what communities in the South can practically do at their community level. The government will not allow it. They will not put it on paper to be like, recognize Indigenous education, but what can communities themselves learn from the ones in the North and revive their Indigenous-led education, we call it that maybe, to strengthen who we are. Because unless that is really made strong within, then we are not able to connect to the rivers. We are not able to connect to the trees. We are not able to connect to the forest if you're being shamed for identifying with a forest or identifying with livestock. You'll be like, don't be backward like a Maasai. That is what they would say. So how do we work to build that collaboration so that communities don't feel like we are backward or we shouldn't be talking our language, we shouldn't be saying who we are, but let's look at communities in Canada or others, Indigenous people who are strong and proud of being Indigenous, because unless we build on the identity, the name alone cannot go with conserving nature and trees and everything. So I'm thinking this collaboration should go to that level, community, giving strength to each other and building that against the many forces of education, of colonization, capitalization, and all that. And just something that I forgot to mention there is about the development thing. I'm happy that we are saying development is a threat to Indigenous people and threat to biodiversity. Because just when I was sitting here this afternoon, there was a message from Kenya that the government has given a portion in the north, a pastoral Indigenous territory, to, I don't know which company, to do a spaceport. So there'll be spaceport. So they'll be throwing rockets into the sky from that territory. And they're saying they chose that area because of its affordability, sparse population, unoccupied territory, idle land. They describe the land in such a demeaning way that you really feel like, so what is development, for God's sake, It's tiring. So how do we then make sure that this collaboration is looking into such? And another thing that goes into that is maybe for us to be able to look at the development projects and who supports them. Some of these development projects in the South are supported by governments in the North, where Indigenous people are in. So how do we make that, how do we watch each other's back? Be like, even if I am in Canada and our country is developed and we are Indigenous and our government is supporting a development project in the South that is denying people territory and denying them then we are able to like, I don't know if you understand what I mean.
Yeah,
Watch each
other's
yes,
backs. Yeah, well described it.
Yeah.
So can you pass and I think we're going to wrap up. Noella, you're going to say thank yous to folks. Okay, so just who do we have?
Thank you, sister. That's good. I just had mine's quick, and it's on the topic of value. Someone else brought up before, and it's what's valuable. If life is valuable, if that's what's valuable, then where life is the most valuable. And so what if we actually just started talking about life as value and who stewards and protects life, right? And I just think that when we talk about creating reparations fund and all this sort of thing, I keep wondering, why would we go back to the same institutions that pulled us away from life as the central value, right? So I feel like an action item would be to explore funding that is governed, as she was saying over here, by those who are stewarding the life-centered value of the planet on their principles and practices. And that sets the values of that from that perspective first and grows outward from there. Lots and lots of money to that one.
Okay, I'm going to do one and one, and then we're going to wrap it up.
So who goes first?
You can go first.
Thank you. Yes, I want to also elaborate more on what she said, really the issues is like, through our North-South collaborations, like how do we stop the plundering of, our resources? I mean, we are just talking about, so many good things, but if the plundering is continue, And then those from the north gave us money. Okay, you shut up. We support you. You do, rebuild and restore something. But then they continue to do that. I think that's gonna change anything. So, how do we really stop the plundering of the resources, land, and biodiversity? And I think that leads to another thing that I haven't heard yet from the discussion here. Like, how do we, because we are sitting in these faculties of law, can we, really work together to make the, international soft laws into hard laws that, can really bring those, destructions of the environment to, court and, for justice, right? Environmental and other human rights justice. That's one. And that also lead to another things that I think have been also happening about, the rights of nature. But I think the right of nature also can be a problem. But for me, I think the right of nature and the rights of the indigenous people or the guardians of nature together to be part of that movements. I think that's another thing that I would like to see more also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody and all the Indigenous peoples here that's spoken today. I'm really honored to be here and listening to you and feel very strong solidarity with your struggles. And thank you to the organizers for organizing this important event. To the lady from Kenya, I wanted to say that I've had a similar experience working with the Michiganda in Rabai. And there's a few Kaya elders who are really struggling to keep their culture alive. Everybody else has forgotten, they feel ashamed. The youth are even, trying to kill Kaya elders. There's this conflict. And IIED, where I work, has been working with Indigenous communities in the Andes for a long time, and they're incredibly proud. They have a really strong decolonization movement, strong autonomy, territorial rights. And so we've been linking them up through video conferences, and the Michiganda have been listening to the Andean potato park communities that are really organized, and I think it's really inspired them. There's also some really amazing academics emerging in Eastern and Southern Africa, speaking very strongly about decolonization. Sylvia Tamale, Makerere University in Uganda, and others, I think, are a really positive force for change. Thanks.
Hi. So I'm been hearing all of these really great ideas for policy change. As we know, policy takes a long time sometimes for us to see change happening. And I was thinking about the youth in my community and in the neighboring communities, and they could probably never see themselves in any of this stuff that you're talking about. They can't see themselves in these steps that are being taken. I think that it was, for myself, is really remarkable to be here to hear all the similar issues that we are all facing as unique people from different nations. What about something like a partnership that actually starts from the ground level for our youth and our young people, maybe some exchange programs and conservation work, so that they can get the exposure to the different issues that other people are facing in their lands, and then vice versa, and can start to build on a partnership that way. So we have a very strong understanding of what other nations are going through as we're going through those same struggles ourselves. And then further, that policy change coming, we talk about all these big things, these big discussions, things we want, things we dream about. But I really do think that the big change is going to come with the next generation of our youth and our young people. And so maybe what we need to be doing is putting our dollars into these
programs that could start next year where we could exchange students between different programs, and not even students, even land users, people that are out on the land that see the climate change, that see the biodiversity issues that we're seeing, and then they can come back and share about that. And it really brings us back to that exposure that we're talking about, that I was talking about, you know, showing these young people that there are people around the world that are facing the same kinds of problems, but just in a different place, in a different land. So maybe this in turn will inspire them to do even more of this really hard work that is coming.
Thank you for all your great ideas. And I'm going to pass it on to Noella to say thank you.
I will be brief, I promise. I'm here today on behalf of the Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership, or the CRP. And the CRP formed in 2019 to advance Indigenous-led conservation in a Canadian context. And we were very pleased to join today in co-hosting the event along with the ICCA Consortium, as well as the Rights and Resources Initiative, who, true to their name, initiated our conversations back in the summer about the idea of hosting this meeting. So thank you to our co-hosts. And we were joined in our efforts by the Canada Research Chair in Human Rights, Health, and the Environment, and would like to thank the McGill University Faculty of Law for providing the space for us to gather today, to share our stories, to build and maintain relationships, and to discuss moving forward together. We would like to thank the Christensen Fund and Montreal International for supporting us in meeting today. And we also want to offer our thanks to Pamela Perot for facilitating this morning. Thank you, Pamela. Our interpreters on Zoom, who we can't see but are with us, thank you. Thank you to Sarah Hepner-Waldston, who is behind me finishing up this fantastic illustration. I am so glad that you worked right at the front of the room, and so we all literally watched it happen today. That was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to all the facilitators of the breakout groups, our moderators, and to all of the people helping behind the scenes. There are many. Thank you. And finally, thank you to all of our speakers, our panelists, Indigenous and community leaders who have traveled far across the globe, many of you, to be with us here today. Round of applause, please. It has been a real privilege to learn from you, to learn with you, and to gather with you today. So thank you for being here. Our apologies to everybody, especially those on Zoom, for our challenges in staying on schedule. This is a sign, I think, of the very rich conversations, the important stories we all have to share. So thank you for your patience, and thank you for sharing. And thank you to all of you for taking this time ahead of COP15. I know everyone's schedules are beyond packed, so thank you for making this your priority today. And I'll pass it back to Peggy.
Just to note that there will be a summary of the meeting will be prepared by Rights and Resources Initiative and be made available to all the participants. And there will be a press release going out too. So if there's any material in either of those that you want to use, if you're staying for COP15 and you want materials or arguments or whatever, then feel free to use the material. And yes, we're going to have cocktails. Let's go have a glass of wine. I'm always game for that.
And everybody, just a quick note for those of you who are in the room to return the headsets. Sorry, everybody, to return the headsets. The table is outside the room.
Oui, oui. Merci pour.
Peut-être mieux d'aller au podium là, parce qu'on a un peu plus de jus, parce qu'ici, des fois, on est proche.
Hi, everyone. Just a quick reminder to return your headsets, please. There is a table outside the room with staff there to help you out. So please don't forget to return your headsets. Thank you.